Harvard Climate Action Week. The opening session will start in just a few moments. Please silence your cell phones. Please take a moment to locate the nearest exits. If you have not yet downloaded the app, please take a moment to do so now, following the instructions on your badge. Please welcome to the stage Interim President of Harvard University, Alan Garber. Development for the State of Massachusetts, Yvonne Hao. And the Vice Provost of Climate and Sustainability, Jim Stock.
Good morning and welcome to Harvard Climate Action Week. It is a delight to see everybody here. I'm Jim Stock, Vice Provost for Climate and Sustainability and Director of the Salata Institute. I'm thrilled to have Interim President Alan Garber to provide kickoff remarks, and also Yvonne Hao, Secretary of Economic Development for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Alan will say a few words introducing Yvonne Hao and the importance of our connections with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Let me say now a couple of words about Alan Garber. Alan Garber was provost for more than a decade, and he became interim president in January. Alan has done a terrific job throughout his tenure as provost and as interim president, supporting climate at Harvard and supporting the Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability. I've learned a lot from Alan. There's nobody else on our campus who understands the university better than him, and his advice has been invaluable as we develop the Salata Institute. So, Alan?
Thank you, Jim. Welcome, or maybe I should say welcome back, everyone. Many of you joined us for the inaugural Harvard Climate Action Week last year, and I know some of you are joining for the first time. As was true at our first Climate Action Week, you'll be hearing a lot about climate solutions that our faculty, staff, alumni, students, and researchers are developing. This year, there is even more to learn. We have expanded our effort to include contribution from 11 of Harvard's schools and more than 20 Harvard centers. The quest for climate solutions, as you all know, must draw upon many disciplines and areas of expertise. And that is why collaborative efforts across the university continue to grow, and more members of our community participate. This work is rooted in the pursuit of truth, in the embrace of open inquiry and rigorous debate, in the hope of understanding at a deeper level the challenges that we face and creating solutions that will transform the way that we manage climate change. Members of our community provide guidance on everything from articulating the public health basis for climate regulation to building a satellite that can measure methane emissions at a very local level, to creating the regulatory framework to manage those emissions. They offer insights on modeling the economics of the renewable energy transition and on ensuring that the communities who face rising seas will have greater resources and support as they contemplate migration. They explore the ethics and equity of decarbonization technology, the impacts of green labor transitions, and the centrality of the human experience, how we tell and transmit stories in the midst of a climate crisis. There is so much being done here, and yet so much more that remains to be done. How do we inspire optimism as we help to spur climate leadership at a critical time, knowing that the next 3 years of choices and actions at the national, state, and local level will determine the next critical decade of climate action? That is a matter of perspective. Last Thursday, I attended an event at the Harvard Art Museums. on the first floor in room 1220, which I recommend that you visit if you have the time. Shameless promotion here, okay. There is an early work by Georges Seurat, the only still life he is known to have painted. It's called Vase of Flowers. In it, one sees hints of what would become Seurat's signature style, dabs of color juxtaposed to create breathtaking images. Climate action at Harvard is pointillism off the canvas. Seen up close, a pointillist painting consists of discrete dots of color. With the separation of dots, it is hard to see pattern or a hint of the overall organization. And each contributes something different. Only at a distance can the pattern be seen, often in a more striking and memorable form than the view conveyed in conventional brushstrokes. At a decentralized institution like this one, the dots may be brilliant, but they may not always comprise a coherent whole. By bringing the talents of this community together, the Salata Institute is crafting a set of approaches and a strategy that enables us to be more effective in addressing climate change as an institution altogether. We can see that many, many points of ambition, collaboration, creativity, and drive inform one another and change our perspective. We see the potential to work together inside and beyond the university to preserve and protect life on the planet for generations to come. Okay, I'll desist from torturing the metaphor further, but I do want to recognize the joy in that vision and the joy in our work done together and done well. I am proud that Harvard is leading through our research and our teaching. I am pleased that cross-cutting issues are represented in the agenda for this week, and I am inspired that we are joined by speakers who will share multi-generational, bipartisan, and international perspectives on the climate crisis. 17 countries and tribal nations are represented throughout Climate Action Week. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your willingness to listen and learn. Thank you for your commitment to all of humanity. That would be hyperbole in many rooms, but not in this one. Now, it is my honor to introduce Secretary Yvonne Hao. Secretary Hao leads the Executive Office of Economic Development for the Healey-Driscoll administration, which has prioritized the Commonwealth's climate goals and established a new Office of Climate, Innovation, and Resilience, the first of its kind in the nation. These efforts are complemented by a vision for the state's economy and innovation ecosystem that aspires to make Massachusetts a national and global leader in climate tech. We are so pleased to have Secretary Hao here with us today to highlight how Team Massachusetts can be a model for catalyzing a regional ecosystem and investing in innovation with far-reaching implications. In her role as Secretary, she has brought brilliance and energy to every aspect of her portfolio, including the overall economic well-being of the Commonwealth and its inhabitants. She is a champion of the role that research and academic institutions bring to advancing real-world solutions. We are deeply grateful for her partnership. Secretary Hao. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's the best. Thank you so much. What an awesome way to kick off the day and the week, being here with all of you at the second annual Climate Action Week at Harvard. And only at Harvard do we have our first ever medical doctor president of Harvard quoting Surratt and talking about, impressionism and pointillism at a conference on climate. So this is what, Harvard is all about, the interdisciplinary magic of this place. So huge thanks to Jim Stock, our vice provost, and our first fearless leader of the Salat Institute. And of course, thank you to President Garber. It's funny, I have been in this role now for about a year and a half. And after I got in this role, just about a year ago, I came out to see then Provost Alan Garber. And it was a year ago, right around now, summertime, graduation had happened, the world is calm, we were just talking about summer. I went to his house, we had a cup of coffee, just very relaxed. And I cannot believe that here we are a year later and how much has changed. I want to say how incredibly lucky we are to have you serving us and serving in this role. So this is not an easy time. We're so lucky to have you. And huge thanks to Lindy and to the whole team and to all of you for being here. This is, everyone's busy. Everyone has so many things going on. And really impressive to hear about 17 countries, all these tribal nations, and everyone from around the world coming together this week to talk about these important topics. I'm also going to just say one other thing, and one other thank you that maybe is not said as often, especially these last few weeks or months. But I want to thank Harvard. I know maybe this is a provocative thing to say, but we are so lucky to have Harvard. We're lucky to have Harvard in the world, and we're very lucky to have Harvard in our state. And I said this to then Provost Garber when I met him last year, but my whole career has been in business. So I've been a business person my whole life, in big companies, small companies, as an investor and an operator, as a board member. And then I came into this role. I got a phone call on my cell phone from a number I didn't recognize. It turned out to be Governor Healy, and she asked me to join her administration. So here I am in state government, and the first thing I did was I said, okay, when you're in a business and you try to figure out what are your assets, what do you have, what are your strengths that you can build on? So I stepped into this role in state government, and I said, what do we have in our state? What makes us special? What makes Massachusetts, Massachusetts? And of course, it's Harvard. We are so lucky to have this institution here that's been around for hundreds of years, before the founding of our country, the first university in this country. The number of leaders, the number of people we've graduated, the amount of research, the amount of work that you all have done. We are so lucky to have Harvard here. So thank you, Harvard, for being here. I guess you won't move since it started here, but we are so lucky. And we are so grateful for everything that Harvard does, including, especially right now in these challenging times, setting the standard of leadership and having important conferences like this. So we are here today to kick off on climate action. This is the existential crisis of our time. And I have two teenage girls, 17 and 15, and they never cease to remind me how we've screwed things up for them, and they worry a lot about their future, and we see it in the data, right? The oceans are getting warmer at a faster rate. We've seen the devastation across so many different areas, and including in Massachusetts. Last summer, just around this time, I was out in Western Massachusetts visiting farmers who've been in generations farming in Western Massachusetts and had incredible flooding that is going to destroy their farms probably for many, many seasons to come. We've seen this with erosions in the Cape and all of our different shorelines. And so we know this is the existential crisis of our time. And in our state, in Massachusetts, we do what we do, which is we lead. So Governor Healy, who is a Harvard graduate, she came into office in January of 2023. The first thing she did on day one was to sign an executive order to create the country's first ever climate chief, Chief Hoffer, who actually gave the commencement speech at the Kennedy School a couple weeks ago. And the goal of the climate chief is to really be at the cabinet level, looking across all of our state to figure out how all these interdisciplinary pieces connect together to fight climate change. We have some of the most ambitious and aggressive targets around reducing emissions. And we also set up the first ever climate bank, the Green Bank, to fund decarbonization of affordable housing across our state. So we are leading on fighting climate change, on reducing emissions, on regulations. There's another way that we can lead, though. So in my job as Secretary of Economic Development, I came in this role, and we were looking at all of our different opportunities in our state, and we realized what we do in Massachusetts. JFK, another Harvard graduate, he said it best. We don't do things that are easy. We choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. We in Massachusetts are really good at solving really hard problems that are mission-driven and that are important to the world and to make the world a better place. We've done that with curing disease. We've done that with hospitals and taking care of our community. We've done that with education. We've done that in so many ways, and climate change is now the biggest, hardest problem facing our planet, and we can lead by solving this problem with all of the wicked smart people we have here. And in doing that, we have a huge opportunity. We have an opportunity to create innovation and inventions and to create startups and companies and lots of jobs for all kinds of people. So in our state, we want to lead not just by fighting climate change and on the regulatory and on all the emissions fronts, we want to lead by inventing and solving problems. And so here we filed an economic development bill on March 1st. Governor Healy submitted to the legislature. It includes an investment of $1 billion from our state over the next decade to partner closely with academia and startups and venture folks and everyone in our ecosystem to drive innovation, to find solutions to all of these problems. And we see it already here. So we were just talking with my friend here from ArcelorMittal, is that we have so many startups here who are attacking these problems, like Boston Metal. That's, so metal steel actually was, the first production of steel was actually here in Massachusetts, not in Pittsburgh. It was in Saugus in, I don't remember, it was like a long time ago. And then now we have a startup called Boston Metal that is actually finding ways to decarbonize the production of steel. We have companies working on the decarbonization of cement for construction. We have companies working on batteries. We have companies working on different types of alternative protein sources. Across our state, there's an opportunity here to drive economic growth. So that's how we want to lead. And I think this is it's interesting times we're living in. The stakes are higher than ever. And this is we're in a very interesting year. We're in a time where, very different than a year ago, we have 2 world wars going on, both of them heartbreaking. We have a Cold War with a country that my ancestors are originally from. We have an election year, and we're very divided as a country. The stakes are high. This is why the work that Harvard is doing and all of you are doing, and why our state is trying to do this work together. President Garber talked about Team Massachusetts. I talk about Team Massachusetts all the time. If we can work together, it doesn't mean we have to agree all the time, but if we can listen to each other, if we can learn, if we can look at real facts and real data and real science, and if we can collaborate as a team, we can solve these big, hard problems together, and we can make the world a better place, and in doing so, create all kinds of jobs. And I think we have a chance here. What gives me tremendous hope is our state and all of you. There are many states and many places who are taking different approaches. Some states are not believing in climate change. They're trying to wipe it out of their legislation. Some states are trying to bring back laws from the Civil War. Some states are, trying to do things very differently. We in Massachusetts want to lead in a better way. We want to lead with having ambitious goals. We want to lead with innovation. We want to lead with creating awesome jobs. And we want to lead as a team, working together with Harvard here at the center. So just on one last personal note, I think that it's very easy to get lost in all the statistics and all the noise and all the misinformation. At the end of the day, this is about people. And I will just say Harvard for our family personally. So I met my husband when we were 14 years old. We went to high school together. And I will never forget senior year when he came running up to me in high school and he got his admissions letter to Harvard, and how coming to undergraduate here changed his whole life. And I will also never forget many years later when we were married and we had kids and we were trying to figure out where we should live and what we should do. And he called me and I was at a dinner and he said, I got an offer to join the Harvard faculty. So we have been here, we live right here in Cambridge, and our girls have grown up being part of this community. Harvard leads the way. Harvard is the foundation for so many amazing things, and all of you as part of this community, you can help us and help Massachusetts lead in a better way. So thank you so much, and I will just end with one quote that I love. So this is an amazing week that you're having here this week. Last week we had a different event, also in Massachusetts, called Climate Tech. That was focused really on the innovation and the startups and all of the economic growth opportunities. And you all have part of that here this week, and you also have a much broader agenda, which I'm really excited about, on the ethical issues, the legal issues, some of the science of it. But last week when we were at the Climate Tech event, we had a discussion at the JFK Library. And the question we said that if JFK were alive today, he would be asking is, ask not what our planet can do for us, which we've done for many years. We've taken a lot of advantage of our planet, but this is the moment in time to ask what we can do for our planet. So thank you all for being here. I'm excited to hear about all your solutions and all of your recommendations and all the work we're going to do together to save our planet. Thank you so much.
You can just. Thank you so much, President Garber and Secretary Hao. We have relished our engagement and looking forward to further engagement with the Commonwealth. So welcome, it's great to have you here. Before I turn to the program, I'd like to give you some insights into the Salata Institute. I doubt that I will be as eloquent as Alan talking about pointillism, but I think they might be helpful anyway. Our mission is to draw on Harvard's strengths to drive durable, effective, and equitable solutions to climate change challenges. Much of climate science and many of the technologies and policy ideas that underpin the clean energy transition came out of universities, including Harvard. But as the statistics I will cite in a moment underscore, universities need to do more. The challenge of climate change and the transition to a zero-carbon economy cut across nearly all parts of society. Because of this cross-cutting nature, universities need to work in new ways. Making progress on any significant climate problem requires drawing on the skills of experts from different fields who, at a large university like Harvard, might not even know each other. Moreover, for that work to be relevant, it must be informed by and inform frontline climate stakeholders. For this reason, the Salata Institute, the hub for climate work at Harvard, sits at the center of the university. We pull together teams of researchers and educators from across the university and support their work. Through the Climate Action Accelerator, a unit of the Institute, we facilitate their engagement with climate practitioners, like many of you in this room, and with stakeholders who are already dealing with climate challenges in their daily lives. We are counting on you to share your novel perspectives on the challenges and work we will be discussing over these next few days. So let me make a few remarks framing our program. The past 12 months have seen extraordinary impacts from climate change, as all of you know. Last summer, Canada's wildfires burned an estimated 5% of its forest. Recent research, including work led by faculty at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, shows that fine particulates from wildfire smoke increased hospital admissions and mortality even far downwind. In the past few weeks, India experienced record temperatures exceeding 120 degrees Fahrenheit. New data collected in India through research supported by the Salata Institute suggests that weather station data can understate the heat actually experienced by the millions who work in non-air-conditioned indoor spaces or outdoors in the sun. Over the past 12 months, average global warming relative to pre-industrial levels exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius, an off-the-charts record that surpasses the target aspiration of 1.5 degrees in the Paris Climate Accord. The prospect this summer is for more severe wildfires, heat waves, and record hurricane season. Those temperatures were exacerbated by a strong El Nino, but climate scientists still estimate that we're on track to surpass 1.5 degree threshold on a trend basis within years, and that we're currently on track for warming of between 2.5 and 3 degrees. I go through all of this, which you know, and it's rather depressing, but these realities and projections underscore the importance of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Fortunately, in the United States and elsewhere, prospects for reducing emissions over this decade have improved substantially over the past few years. Largely, this is a result of declining costs of wind and solar electricity and of batteries, and they're additionally spurred in the United States by large tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. Businesses are also enthusiastically, in many cases, on board with reduction of emissions. But even taking all of this into account, the United States is still far short of a path towards net zero emissions in 2050, which is consistent with a 2-degree target. On a shorter horizon, we're not close to a 50% reduction by 2030 relative to 2005, our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, and a commonly accepted marker of being on the path to net zero. A key question, and the question driving the sessions today and many of those tomorrow, is what are the next steps in U.S. decarbonization? We'll focus on the United States, not because it's the largest emitter, that now is China, but because without U.S. leadership, securing international reductions will be even more difficult. Over the full Harvard Climate Action Week, you will see a diverse mix of main stage presentations here in Sanders, with breakout sessions starting this afternoon at various proximate classrooms. We'll have plenty of coffee, lunch, and receptions with opportunities to network. These first 2 days kick off Harvard Climate Action Week, which highlights work at 11 schools and 22 centers across the university. You'll hear from speakers who represent 17 countries and tribal nations. And you'll hear about solutions from practitioners, faculty, students, alumni in law, business, science, and policy, and grassroots activists. You can find the full program online, and for those of you watching via live stream, thank you and welcome. We're glad you are here. With that, let me turn to our first plenary session. Now, I'm going to give a somewhat long introduction because it's a somewhat technical topic, and I'd like to set the stage for that. The session focuses on decarbonization efforts in legacy companies in heavy industry, specifically in the iron and steel industry, a sector that is notoriously tough to decarbonize. Decarbonizing the iron and steel industry is complex. And because you're at Harvard, that means I'm going to be able to give you a little quick lesson in metallurgy. I'm from Minnesota, and I grew up with stories about how nearly all the vast quantities of steel used in the United States for ships and planes in World War II got its start in the open pit iron mines of northern Minnesota. After mining, and I should mention that's an area of great pride, both in northern Minnesota and throughout the state. After mining, iron ore was transported to Lake Superior, put on Great Lakes ore ships, and taken to steel mills in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Gary, Indiana, and elsewhere to be converted first from iron ore to iron, and then from iron to steel. From there, the steel was shipped to factories and shipyards for building planes, tanks, and ships for the war effort. Although the mines in northern Minnesota are now largely played out, and the largest mines today are in Brazil and Western Australia, these steps, and indeed with improvements, in many cases the technology, remains the same today. You can see these steps in the slide. Enormous trucks and excavators extract ore in open pit mines. The ore is transported by belt, train, and ship to be converted from ore to iron. Then molten iron is turned into steel, traditionally in a blast furnace, as shown on the right. These steps produce vast quantities of carbon dioxide emissions from three main sources. First, burning the fuel needed to power the mining and transport machinery. Second, burning the fuel, traditionally coal, for the process heat needed to convert the ore to iron and then to steel. And third, the chemical reactions that convert the ore to steel. In brief, iron ore comes out of the ground as iron combined with oxygen with its familiar rust color. To get iron, you need to remove the oxygen from that compound. This is typically done at high temperatures using metallurgical coal, which is basically carbon, yielding molten iron and a gaseous waste stream of carbon dioxide. Altogether, steelmaking today counts for 7% of global carbon dioxide emissions. Moreover, some projections have steel consumption increasing by 1/3 over the next quarter century. The iron and steel sector is often called hard to abate, and you can see why just looking at that slide. Reducing emissions requires replacing all the diesel fuel for machinery, bunker fuel for ships, and fossil fuels for extreme heat. On top of that, new chemistry is needed to replace the use of coal in converting iron ore to iron. Those new chemistries are in the works. Secretary Hao mentioned one startup company, Boston Metals. One approach is to replace the coal from traditional reactions with carbon from biomass such as agricultural waste. Another approach is to use green hydrogen instead of carbon in a process called direct reduction of iron to strip the iron from iron ore, leaving molten iron and water vapor instead of carbon dioxide. More advanced technologies based on electrolysis are now in the startup phase, like at Boston Metal. The decarbonization project is vast and exciting, but also expensive and complex. We are very fortunate today to have two global leaders in the iron and steel industry with us to discuss what it really means in a practical sense to decarbonize their business. Both of our guests lead large legacy companies that historically have deployed the carbon-intensive technologies of the industry, So both face challenges of shifting vast enterprises to a new set of technologies, goals, and sensibilities. Both also face market realities, which include the currently niche nature of voluntary demand for green steel and a global policy environment that is highly uncertain and regionally varying. Andrew Forrest is the founder and chief executive chairman and the executive chairman of Fortescue. Fortescue is the world's 4th largest producer of iron ore, and the photo in the upper left is of a Fortescue mine in Western Australia. In 2020, Fortescue announced a goal of a 26% reduction in its operational emissions by 2030. In 2023, it strengthened that target to real zero operational emissions, real zero, by 2030, where real zero means no fossil fuels and no offsets. Its plans to achieve this include vast amounts of wind and solar, electrified mining equipment and transport, and green transportation fuels. A separate unit within Fortescue is investing in green energy, especially green hydrogen production, including a new green hydrogen facility in Arizona. Aditya Mittal is CEO of ArcelorMittal, the world's 2nd largest steel producer. ArcelorMittal has primary steel-making facilities in 16 countries, with much of its steel production in Europe. It also mines iron ore. ArcelorMittal has a goal of reducing European emissions by 35% by 2030 and group-wide emissions by 25% by 2030. Its transition to low and zero carbon steel technologies so far has focused on Europe and Canada, including direct iron reduction, electric arc furnace steel mills designed to use green hydrogen when it becomes available, and the use of carbon capture and storage to capture its CO2 waste streams. It also is investing in next-generation technologies such as electrolysis for zero-emission steelmaking. The panel is moderated by Neely Gilbert. Neely is chair of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero's advisory panel for technical experts, CEO of its Principles Group, and vice chair of Carbon Direct, which provides business carbon management and reduction strategies. Neely has deep expertise in net zero planning for financial institutions and in climate solutions for industrial decarbonization. With this very long introduction, let me invite up our guests and turn the stage over to Neely.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this wonderful introduction, Jim. We know that we're at a university now. We just got schooled in green iron and steel production. And I want to thank the university for having us and to thank all of our participants, both in the audience, in person, and virtual. So as we heard from Jim, hard to abate sectors and heavy industry and transport within them are extremely important in our global decarbonization journey, as they are producing about 1/3 of global emissions, and projections suggest that without mitigation, they will rise another 30% by 2050 when we need them to fall to net zero. If heavy industry is to decarbonize at scale, we really do need the largest multinationals in the space to take leadership, which is why I'm so happy to be here today with the two of you. You're both running very large firms that have made significant commitments to decarbonize. And I want to start by asking you about your perspective as first movers. Of course, a natural inclination might be to just wait for policy to come around, wait for the technologies to come around, wait for pricing to normalize, but you're not doing that. I want to start just by asking you why. How much of this leadership is a business decision based upon what you're seeing in the markets and the demand for green production today? And how much of it is forward-looking based upon where you think these markets are going to go? If it's forward-looking, what are your expectations?
All right, thank you.
my action in doing a PhD in creating Fortescue Energy, in committing Fortescue to stop the use of all fossil fuels by 2030, is informed by my knowledge of the environment, by the natural ecosystems which are deeply reliant on a stable atmospheric temperature. In the oceans, I can assure you the terrestrial environment is getting off lightly. The oceans are really suffering. Marine species cannot adjust their temperature like you can, and a heat wave destroys them. You'll sweat more, provided you can get to water air conditioning, you're going to be all right. That doesn't happen in the marine world, which is 98% of our livable space. So I started with that block of knowledge and then moved to, well, why can't we? Not when will we or why should we, but just why can't we? And I put the question out to the workforce, and the resistance I felt wasn't at the workforce level. It was no doubt what Abate has run into as well. You're running a really great steel company, a really great iron ore company. You've found yourself in a very strong position, Australia's highest performing company, third largest taxpayer. Why would you change? Why would you muck with that formula? And that was from the senior leadership. So we had quite a change in senior leadership, but the other tens of thousands of people, they went with it. And the solutions they came up with were extremely innovative. Now, not all can be applied, but the workforce, when given the opportunity to contribute, really strongly contributed. And I know now we have a pathway to stop burning 1 billion litres, that's about 350 million gallons of diesel a year. We'll get most of it done by 2028. But we've declared to the stock exchange 2030, a little bit of breathing space. And that leads to the question more broadly as to why not. And I see, quite frankly, it's not technology. We're instilling technology right now which is going to be superseded. We've got technology now which will convert hydrogens direct from a solar panel without going through an electrolyser, batteries which charge massive trucks in 30 minutes and racing cars in 22 seconds. So we know what we're building now is going to be superseded, but it's enough. And this pathetic excuse to be a fast second follower is what's holding us back. And government policy right now in Australia, there's a diesel fuel rebate. So when we switch off all the billions of dollars of diesel, we're going to lose 300 million straight a year unless the government changes policy, because it heavily incentivises the consumption of diesel. Whereas once we switch that off, we use the same amount of energy, it's just not any diesel, so we lose that advantage. So government policy has to come with us. But I want to say really clearly to everyone that technology is not the issue. The issue we have, which is going to cause this planet to destroy itself thanks to the Anthropocene era, is simply lack of leadership. It's everything we need to go green is going to improve, but it's there now. And we've got AI, which means even here in Boston, where you have a very tricky to control grid with 24-hour power, burning oil and gas, with AI optimizers, you can use intermittent energy and optimize the power across the city of Boston or New York, you pick it, and you'll maintain a stable power source. You just have to have the leadership. So, you know, it's that dearth of leadership is what concerns me most. It's really why I'm proud to share a stage with Abate. You know, steel is really tough to decarbonise, and I say to captains of industry, you know, if you say you can't because of this, this, and this, you're right. You can't. You can't. Time to leave the stage, mate, and get on someone younger, someone stronger, someone more diversified, someone who's going to challenge the workforce, not just sit with the problem themselves and say, you know, if I just say I can't, I'll collect my big bonus at the end of the year and I'll be all right, Jack. Go down to Florida, buy a bigger boat. That is the problem. It's a dearth of leadership. It's not a dearth of technology. Harvard and others all around the world are coming up with the solutions. The suffering which this world will go into is mathematically predictable, and it comes from one source: lack of courageous leadership. So with that, I'd hand to Abate.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I'm glad I'm younger. I'm not saying I can't. I'm going to say I can, so I don't have to get off the stage. But good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Nili. Thank you, Jim, and everyone at the Salata Institute. So Jim provided a perspective. We heard some of it when we were in the backstage on the steel business. I'll provide you guys with an overview and then explain what we're trying to achieve in some of our plans. So you heard the bad news, right? That steel is responsible for 7% of global carbon emissions and growing. The not so bad news is that still steel is a wonderful material, and I'm not at all biased. It's wonderful because it doesn't end up in our oceans. It's wonderful because it's infinitely recyclable, and it's wonderful because on a per ton basis, it actually has the lowest carbon footprint of any major competing material like aluminum or carbon fiber, you name it. The reason why it's responsible for so much global emissions is because so much of steel is used. It's really the fabric of modern world. We cannot do what we do without steel. Now, there's some good news. And the good news is because of efforts like people like Andrew and others, there is a very clear path to make steel which is green, which is carbon-free, which is decarbonized. The issue is not the technology. We know the technology, we know how to do it. Really, the issue is cost, right? And cost, as we know, is big, right? It's a big thing. So to put it into perspective, if you are a consumer and you are to buy a car, the car with green steel today would cost about $200 more. So maybe you say, okay, that's not a lot. Today, if you go on the Uber app, I did yesterday to get a cab from London to the airport, you click the green option and the non-green option is the same cost, right? There is no difference. So the consumer is not really willing to pay that delta. The second issue is that when you look at it from a system-wide perspective, there's about 2 billion tons of steel that is used. That's $600 billion. So the 200 is fine for one car, $200, but 600 billion is huge. So what is the requirement, or what is the ask of the day? I mean, you asked all these questions. I think the challenge is, how do we decarbonize our product with minimum cost? And this is both capital and OpEx. And I guess what I truly believe, and everyone at ArcelorMittal believes, that if we create the solution which is most OpEx efficient, most CapEx efficient, I think we win the day. Perhaps not all the conditions are in place. The regulatory environment remains uncertain. The demand environment remains uncertain. But like Andrew's company, we have a lot of strengths. We are global. We pride ourselves in terms of technology leadership. We have a global workforce. We are diversified. And we have a whole host of technologies that we can deploy to achieve that. And as a result, we want to move forward. It is the need of the hour, need of the day, as we all heard this morning, and that is the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you. I appreciate that the perspective that you share, that this really is a leadership journey at the end of the day. And I appreciate the focus that you both have on technology, acknowledging that there are many technologies that can be deployed today. When you look over the horizon, are there new technologies that your companies are working today to develop? And what strategies are you using to develop and acquire them?
Look, I've rattled off a couple, and I'm complete with the tech to produce green steel is with us. We need to get that cost down. We also need to introduce what will be seen as completely asinine by future generations if we don't, and that's a carbon tax. Unless we raise the price or put a solid price on the dreadful costs which will be suffered by everyone here and your children for the insistence of the energy sectors to not be energy sectors, but to be just fossil fuel sectors, then we're going to continue to completely rely on organisations like ArcelorMittal to stop using fossil fuel out of their own free will. That'll be the only way we'll get the energy companies to change. The other way is through bringing on, which we're inviting all the majors in the fossil fuel industry to join us on, is to bring on choice. Give everyone in this room, everyone around the world choice to be a dirty consumer or a clean consumer. And that choice has got to be driven by energy companies and supported by energy companies, not just the consumers of energy like us. And technology really helps with that. I bounced off the fact that you'll charge a Tesla in a couple of hours. These massive trucks with wheels up to that timber, you know, charging them in 30 minutes pretty quick. A racing car, these are the fastest electric cars on earth, to charge them in 22 seconds. That's tech which is changing very quickly. The use of hydrogen runs through a membrane in an electrolyzer, and that membrane is a complex bit of kit which takes a truckload of support. Now, if you can remove the membrane from the electrolyzer, you're not going to be able to split this water purely into hydrogen, purely into oxygen. You're going to be left with a mix. It'll be a very volatile mix. Now, that sounds bad, but it's good because that's a store of energy. And we're working through how to store that energy safely so that we can have hydrogen produced at the very low operating cost which it is produced at, but without that massive capital cost, which is creating the difficulty of bringing hydrogen in as a major mainstream fuel, particularly for, say, firming, which is to make sure solar, when the sun doesn't shine, is firmed, or wind, when the wind doesn't blow, is firmed, and not having to switch straight to oil or gas to complete that 24-hour cycle. If we can use this tech which does not have a membrane, it'll drop the capital cost by around 10x, which means it'll suddenly compete as a heating fuel to run steam turbines, for instance, which can be placed anywhere. It's old but very good technology, but instead of running on coal or gas, it can run on green hydrogen. So these are the technologies which we're working on really hard, like Abate, where we're working really hard on how to strip oxygen out of iron ore, and there are a number of new ways emerging there as well. There's technology which we've put into the first ship, which is now sailing, pollution-free ship. There's technology which we've put into the first pollution-free trains, which are up at site, first pollution-free huge mining trucks, which are up at site and operating. So this tech is what we developed ourselves, and I'll just give you one little heartbreaking story. When I came back from our first trip to test the hypothesis that there is enough green energy in the world to fully replace fossil fuel, I said to my team, go build me a hydrogen truck, please. And they said, no worries, boss, that'll be in just under 3 years if we go really fast. And I said, we haven't got 3 years. I mean, that means you wouldn't have a truck now. They said, well, it's what it's going to take. And I said, no, you've got 100 days. And they said, we don't even have a shed, mate. I mean, we don't have a truck. I mean, I said, look, rent a shed, get a truck from site. It's now 99 days. They protested again and said, no. I said, okay, 98 days. And they said, stop. We'll have a crack. Now, that first massive mining truck rolled out of that shed with no noise, no pollution, in 93 days. And so I find that a little heartbreaking that just because we said do it, that it got done. But this could have happened 100 years ago, and we wouldn't be in the stew we're in now.
Yeah, so just on technology, I think, Andrew, everything you're doing is fabulous. On our end, our focus is really how we minimize cost. And we're experimenting with hydrogen. We actually injected hydrogen in a DRI plant in Contrecoeur, Canada. So it's the first plant in the world which has hydrogen-based iron pellets, which is wonderful. Yeah, it went well. It's expensive, but it went well. So the focus is how you reduce cost. And so that's the second technology initiative that we're working on, which is really CCS. So when you look at the DRI plant, which is when you reduce the oxide from iron, you can capture the CO2. You can do the same in the blast furnace. And I do believe that that technology has not had enough research and development and focus globally. We're doing some work, but I do believe that we can fundamentally reduce the system cost of that. And to the extent that we achieve that, I think we can dramatically minimize the cost of green steel. So that's exciting. The third technology, which is exciting, obviously, is metal electrolysis. So you talked a lot about making hydrogen from water. We could theoretically use iron ore and inject electricity and then directly make steel. So I think Secretary Hao spoke about Boston Metal. I believe you're an investor, or?
No,
we are. You skipped it. Okay,
you are.
We are. Okay. Andrew is always so forward that I think he's an investor in all of these cool companies. So I assumed I'm sure you'll get there. So we're an investor in Boston Metal, and that's actually right here in your neighborhood. So you should be very proud. And it's experimenting with how to do metal electrolysis. So that's the third technology. But really, I think from our point of view, we know how to decarbonize a product. The technology exists. It's a matter of finding the most scalable and cost-efficient process of achieving that.
I appreciate that you've both talked about the role of technology as well as the role of policy in driving costs down. At the end of the day, what we really need to get to scale is for the green premium to flatten. How important do you think that the role of voluntary demand in driving scale is also in pushing that premium forward?
Voluntary demand. Well, consumers are very rational, and that's preyed upon by industry leaders, particularly in the fossil fuel sector, to do nothing, to argue economic pragmatism, cost of living, Ukraine, Gaza. My argument is you can chew gum and walk at the same time. But I would say you'd need government to step up and do their job, and the fossil fuel lobby to get out of their road so they can. Thank you. And I'd say this strongly, we need to equalise the playing field. Now, Europe started to do that. It will penalise companies from America, from Australia, for sending in products which don't have a carbon tax or aren't free of carbon. That's going to be very interesting. I would strongly encourage nations and continents around the world to do that. But I also think that the voluntary side is going to be tough because some will and some won't. And those who won't will be the first to swallow fossil fuel lobbying dollars to argue global warming doesn't exist. If it does exist, as Jim described at a board meeting yesterday, 3 out of 10 Americans say that it's not anthropogenically caused. It's naturally caused. We need to get across that all those people who decide not to volunteer aren't bad guys, otherwise they're going to aggressively defend themselves. The way to do that is with whole of system change, which is saying to politicians, if you listen to your people and not just the lobbyist dollar, you will go for the lowest cost of energy to give your people a higher standard of living. That will be green energy. And you should bite the bullet and put a tax on polluting energy to get that green energy going fast.
So I agree with everything that Andrew said. Just to provide a little bit more color, the unfortunate news, or the bad news again, is that if you buy a green steel product, you can't tell as a consumer, right? So if you buy an electric vehicle, you can. It's fundamentally different. Green steel is like electricity. I mean, we don't know today whether the electricity in this room is green or not green. And the steel is the same. And so there is a barrier there. And then we see time and again that the consumer is not really willing to pay the premium. The ask is, can you provide me a green product at the same cost? And that exactly is the challenge. I think there are ways that you achieve that. I don't believe in regulation which is spurring demand necessarily. I mean, maybe we need some of that, but I don't think we should mandate that cars need this much percentage of green steel. I think you need to create a system in which the cost of green steel fundamentally is the same as non-green steel, right? And so you refer to Europe. So Europe is trying to achieve that. There's a carbon tax, there's a border adjustment. So what you're trying to achieve is an equalizing or an equalization of the costs between non-green and green. And maybe there's still a small delta, but I think then the voluntary markets and the major customers of our product, they all migrate very quickly. Today, it's very niche. Today, there are some companies out there, they're focused on their Scope 3 emissions, are buying our green steel. We actually are amongst the largest producers of green steel globally, X-Carb and Recycle. But when we push on premiums, when we push on dramatic demand for that product, it's very limited. Like, there are cool uses of our product. So if anybody watches the Olympics, I hope you are, you will see that the torches, for the first time, the Paris Olympics decided that they need a low-carbon games. So the torches are made from steel, low-carbon steel. All the Olympic rings that's on the Eiffel Tower is all low-carbon steel. So there is movement, but it's not mass quantity. And I think for mass quantity, we need a system or some sort of equalization of cost so it becomes the mainstay, and then you don't even think twice whether you're buying a green steel car or a non-green steel car. You're just buying the car that you want.
This is very important. I want to stay with you, Abate. As we look across hard-to-abate sectors, managing residual emissions is a tough topic. That's why we call them hard-to-abate.
Yeah.
And so many companies are thinking about net zero. You mentioned the R&D and investment that you're making in carbon capture, to capture carbon at the point of emissions or to compensate by removing emissions from the atmosphere after they've been emitted. I wonder if you could talk to us more about how you're thinking more about this net zero journey at ArcelorMittal, the combination of reductions and negative emissions as part of your overall plan. And then I want to turn next to ask you, Andrew, how you're thinking about real zero, which is so two different strategies from the two companies.
Yeah, sure. So from our business, because it is hard to abate, I feel that the cost is too high to be real zero, right? Because fundamentally that lends ourselves or handicaps ourselves to one technology, which is primarily hydrogen. So I think Jim talked about it, right? And you alluded to it. We get iron ore, which has oxides. And you cannot, unless you use electrolysis, it's very hard to electrify that. So you need some sort of gaseous material to remove the oxides. So historically, it's been coal-fired blast furnaces. More recently, a newer technology is natural gas-based DRI plants, and then obviously you inject hydrogen in them. So if we're just focused on real zero, you're bound to hydrogen. And it is not clear to us what is the final cost of hydrogen. It may be attractive in some parts of the world, but if you're sitting in Northern Europe where there's not that much of sun, I mean, yes, there's offshore wind, but that's expensive as well. And then when you look at the cost of that steel, you realize that, wow, this is not sustainable for the consumer. And then at the same time, you have technologies in which you can capture the carbon and sequester it. So we have some pilot plants. We have a pilot plant in Belgium where we're experimenting with CCS on the blast furnace. We have looked at CCS on the DRI plant, and it's quite interesting that the actual flue emission has a high purity of CO2. And so when we look at some of these optionalities of net zero, we realize it is also dependent on geography. So if you're sitting in Northern Europe, if you're sitting in Texas, it's very attractive to do CCS. So why would you not do that and offer the same product to the market? And I think that is the thought behind our strategy.
And then are you also looking at carbon removal through the use of offsets as part of your net zero strategy?
So not so much, Nili, primarily because we don't really need offsets. I think if you implement a good CCS system, and the CCS system is predicated on using some sort of bioenergy as well, or biocoal, you really dramatically reduce the emission. And so to offset that emission, I mean, when you're scope 1 and 2, is such a significant amount of offset, I don't think you really are achieving the end goal. So it's either real zero or net zero through process, which is our focus.
Okay, thank you. And Andrew, you have been vocal on your real zero strategy. Can you share your perspective and how you're thinking about this?
I did just give you a proper look. What Adit and I both know is that if two people always agree on everything, there's probably a chance that over time one of them is a waste of time. So we do converge on most things. In terms of carbon sequestration, why we've chosen not to rely on it is for the long term of the planet. A more, if you like, longitudinal scientific analysis of what the planet needs in the medium to long term. In the short term, though, we're facing a number of feedback loops, which we really badly need to avoid. The amount of water vapor in the air is increasing about 5 to 6 times faster than heat. Now, believe it or not, humans can survive in a heat chamber without any water vapor at a temperature which would boil the water in that can. You're not going to have a great time, but you're going to survive. That's because you're a thermoregulated individual. Our scientists are deeply concerned that as the humidity rapidly increases, the mass death events, which we'll see across the subtropical world, which is where 60 to 70% of the world's people live, are going to increase dramatically as well. So we're in favour of anything, nuclear, carbon sequestration, call it what you will, which can get us through that horrific speed bump, which is 5 to 20 years away, 5 to 15 years away. It's right upon us, in other words. In scientific terms, it's right upon us. That should be done. Longitudinally, though, would I bet my kids' life, if they were suffering a terminal disease, on a medicine which I couldn't be guaranteed to work, or a medicine which I knew would be guaranteed to work? Now, carbon sequestration, we don't have the longitudinal testing done. We don't have the knowledge that the carbon will stay in the ground, that it won't leak out, etc. So if we can avoid it as a company, then we will. And that is why, along with carbon offsets, there's foundations which we sponsor, which have cynically used hunting lodges who are never ever going to clear their natural environments, to threaten to clear their natural environment, and then call it a carbon credit when they don't and sell it. That really worries me, because if you look at Gabon and Africa, etc., where tens of millions of hectares of rainforest and jungle could be threatened to be cleared into palm oil, which will destroy the topsoil and subsoil over about 5 to 6 years. The fact that you don't do that is obviously responsible, but the fact you can threaten it, then not do it and get a carbon tax, I also think is a fake. So, I don't want to incentivize bad behaviour through carbon credits. So for all of these reasons, and I'm not in the same position as Abate, we can see our way clear to being, to stop burning 1 billion litres of diesel. So we've taken that option. And what I'd ask is that academic institutions across the world, and I've visited about 70 of them talking about lethal humidity in the last 6 months, that academic institutions across the world, including ones like Harvard, which have a huge reputation, even though you're quite disparate in your organisation with your separate funding and the like. But we need organisations like Harvard and its many groups and across the world to really hold the energy sector and then the energy consuming sector to account, to really analyse that is carbon sequestration in the long term a good bet. In the short term, I'm saying to Abate and every steel company, do whatever it takes. Shipping industry, we've got to do this. You know, that is also a monster in terms of carbon emissions. The resources sector, another monster, but the resources sector, trains, trucks, mining, you can see your way clear. And I'm saying if you can get to real, if you can just stop burning fossil fuel, that's your answer. And my question to chief executives and policymakers around the world is simply, when are you going to stop burning fossil fuel?
Thank you both. I appreciate that we're having this conversation about how different high ambition strategies can look different at this time. And I think that over time we'll all learn a lot from each other. As everyone knows, we kind of have started with these global science-based emissions pathways to get to net zero by 2050. And today, we have a lot of different ideas about how potentially to get there. All pathways to limit global warming below 2 degrees or as close as possible to 1.5 degrees do involve some negative emissions. But at the end of the day, it's wonderful to hear leaders who are focused as much as they can on their reductions and how to get there. So I want to continue the conversation about how pathways can diverge when we start to think about bottom-up approaches as opposed to thinking about just the global top-down needs. Abate, you talked about how the different physical realities in different countries can affect your strategy differently. We know that there are different policy realities that make different decarbonization strategies more realistic, more affordable in different places. We also know that there are different economic realities where when we engage with countries and emerging and developing countries, they focus more in many cases on sustainable growth than on decarbonization. And we have to figure out how to do sustainable economic growth and decarbonization at the same time. And for this reason, for you as leaders of multinational companies, global companies, you must also think differently about how you're engaging in different places around the world. We were talking yesterday also about how different communities' desires are very different, and place-based justice is a big part of the just transition. So I want to start with you again, Abate. As Jim mentioned, your decarbonization journey has been quite pronounced in Europe so far. You also have shown leadership in your investments in North America and Brazil, less so in other emerging and developing market countries. Can you share with us your perspective on how you see this strategy unfolding as a global business leader?
Yeah, sure. So tough issues, Nili. So let me try and provide a quick perspective. I think the focus really is India, right? Because that's the other major economy in which we are present. We got involved in India about 4 years ago. Surprisingly, we're a global steel company, but we're never in our home country. I'm personally very sympathetic to what India is trying to achieve. It's a very poor country. It has very low cost of, lower standards of, it needs to improve its living standards fundamentally, right? Because of the poverty, the issues that are there, both socially and otherwise. If you look at the overall carbon that India has emitted, it's much lower than the United States has or Europe has. Per capita emissions of carbon is still significantly low. And so the Indian government has announced that they will achieve net zero by 2070. At the same time, there is the UN, which is trying to provide money to the developing countries to accelerate their decarbonization efforts. That has not really achieved much. We really need to support that so it gets accelerated. India's strength really is the fact that it has lots of potential of renewable energy. It's a very sunny place, and so solar energy is booming in the country. It's relatively cheap. It's very attractive. So I personally do believe that the country will do better than the goals that they have outlined. Having said that, when you're doing business in the country, you must recognize that no one is paying a single cent more for steel which is decarbonized or lower carbon. Nevertheless, we are very focused on growing the business in a low carbon fashion. Today, we have the lowest carbon footprint already within the country. And as we expand, we are reducing our carbon footprint by another 20% by 2030. And all the investments we are making are designed for smart carbon. So it's not hydrogen necessarily only. Hydrogen is part of the solution, but it is also to capture the carbon. So this way we can support the development, ensure that the country economically develops, improves living standards, but at the same time finds an economic and equitable path to decarbonize. So that really is our focus when it comes to places like India.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Andrew, you've also thought a lot about the differences between Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific economies, service-based versus more resource export-based, also agricultural-based economies, and the differences that exist for these reasons in policy as well as in solutions. Can you share with us your perspective on how the uniqueness of place is affecting your strategy and your thinking about the decarbonization journey?
Yeah, I can. Once again, I just want to compare the attitudes of ArcelorMittal to the attitude of ExxonMobil or others, where you've got a global company doing everything it can to move governments around the world to decarbonize, including India, which, if you know Prime Minister Modi, it takes a while to persuade. But here's ArcelorMittal, and they're working really hard on it. I want, once again, academic institutions to really more aggressively hold energy companies to account for what they are not, which is energy companies. They're just dirty fuel companies depriving consumers of choice. They're not investing in what will scale the solutions. And then to broaden that out, again, using the ADID as an example, to companies who have influence across the world, like energy companies who make sure they use their influence, which I can see now, we can measure it, to stop the transition, even to say the transition is dead, to say it was all codswallop in the first place. This is the language of chief executives of the so-called energy, which I call the dirty fuel sector. And in the face of this, you've got the exploitation of fear. And you have to forgive me, I'm an Australian, I'm not an American. And so when I hear Democratic and Republican politicians, which I feel are smoking high-grade marijuana, and I've got to know where they get it from, and they're just blaming each other for inaction. And when that old story gets boring, they then, oh God, thank heavens for China. We can both blame China. Now, the problem with that is that it preys on fear and ignorance. And that's where I say to so many politicians, just so long as we're on the same wavelength here, madam or sir, you're not a leader, you're just a politician, i.e., you've got one incentive, and that's to scare up enough votes. And I say scare up enough votes deliberately. When I look at specifically the question you've asked, which is globally, I see China really leaning hard into a green energy revolution. Now, all I hear from American politicians is that they're building more coal-fired power stations than anyone else. Yes, that's because they want their children to be able to be educated at night after the sun goes down, to be able to do their homework and to be able to feed themselves. But many of those power stations are not being switched on because there's a cheaper source of power which is being rolled out at a rate we've never seen, well over what the entire rest of the world is doing, and that's green energy, solar, wind, and the like. And the complaint I get from Chinese politicians is, would America support a carbon tax? And I've said, well, you'd have to lean forward first. And they said, well, America should lean forward first because they're the people who are dead against it. We're not. So I'd just say, when you hear everyone hating on the world's fastest growing, most populous, or one of the most populous countries, just know that that is an excuse for inaction. Yes, we need to be careful in the Pacific, and we have to make sure that nothing happens in Taiwan, and there's a whole bunch of policies I don't agree about China, like I don't agree about North America. But one should not be this, that we use our differences to escape what is way bigger than Taiwan or Gaza or Ukraine, and that is to obviate our responsibility to take on global warming. And that's where, once again, I swing back to it. Academic institutions must lean forward really hard to hold organisations like us and energy companies and politicians to account, and call out the lie when they're creating fear as an excuse to do nothing.
Thank you. This is a good segue, and I'd like to stay on policy for a moment. We talked about regional and national differences, but at the end of the day, we have a global challenge. It's also a global opportunity. And so there are places where fragmentation needs urgently to be addressed. One of the topics is in standards and definitions for green goods. How important do you think it is that we have a satisfactory global definition of what green steel is and what green iron is in order to support trade and market development?
Should I go?
Yeah, you should.
Okay.
Please, Abate.
Yeah, thank you, Nili. I'm not so focused on a global definition of green steel. I think regional markets can figure that out. But I think conceptually, we should just appreciate what is the key difference, right? So the steel industry, I mentioned it's infinitely recyclable, recycled products. You must be wondering, why don't we just recycle steel? Why do we need to use your wonderful iron ore? And the reason is there's not enough quantity of scrap steel, right? So today, when you look at global production, 70% is primary, which means starting from iron ore, and 30% is scrap-based. So scrap will continue to grow as countries are developed and they tear down buildings, tear down bridges, send back their cars, you generate scrap steel. But still, the real problem is 70% of primary steel production. And that starts with a very high emission standard relative to recycled steel. And so the danger is that we reward companies or reward product which has a lower emission to start with, and they've not done anything, right? There's nothing, no technology development. The planet is not benefiting from carbon reduction, but we promote those companies or promote those standards. So I think it's important to start with the baseline and appreciate where the product originated from, and if it's iron-based, how much is the net carbon reduction? And through that, you will actually drive global reductions in carbon as steel is manufactured. And the other reason why we need primary steel is because of the high quality of primary steel, right? Recycled is very good today, and it'll get better and better, but you need for really high-end applications primary-based steel. And so it's important to focus on that and not like come up with one definition which rewards the recyclers. Other than that, I think when we look at markets and we look at our customers and consumers, I think they're quite sophisticated. They understand when you're reducing emissions, and they reward you for it. Maybe not as much or not enough, but they do reward you for it.
Look, I think that I agree with Adit. When you've got emerging products, then you need to be very careful about putting a hard standard on them. Where I deviate from Adit is with hydrogen. There's the Hydrogen Organisation, which is now peppered with members of the fossil fuel sector, and they're all about changing what green hydrogen is to look very like grey. It's like, you know, maybe we do our best to wish our carbon emissions into fairyland, but if we do that, then the hydrogen we produce from burning oil, coal or gas could be called green. We're copying, and I know I'm being expressive here, but we're copying that kind of propaganda coming back. Alternatively, there's the Green Hydrogen Organisation, which is advocating for specific standards. And I think when you're going to produce an energy which the world potentially is going to rely on, there we do need a specific standard. And it needs to start at a point which is just on the edge of possibility in terms of carbon emissions, in terms of amount of carbon used in steel to make the green hydrogen, because you're looking at the entire supply chain here. And then, of course, if there's any carbon content or any other impurity in the hydrogen itself. So for a replacement fuel, which is pretty exact, you can measure it precisely, is it hydrogen or not, then I would adopt a standard. And I think it's really dangerous to go down the Hydrogen Organisation, which will forgive all sorts of pollution in hydrogen, because it'll lull the public into thinking if they burn hydrogen when it comes from a dirty source that they're doing the right thing. And of course, they're probably exacerbating climate change. What we need is a simple standard for their future fuel, which is definitely going to help bring climate change to an end.
Standards and taxonomies are so important to us in finance as well, and figuring out how to allocate capital and then how to account for it. And so on the other side of the table, I think on the side of the table of working with partners and stakeholders, that this conversation about definitions will also be increasingly important. I want to come back to where we started, which is leadership, and to come back to our discussion about people. Of course, when it comes to people, you're balancing a variety of stakeholders. We've talked about external stakeholders. I want to ask about internal stakeholders and internal leadership and change management as well. You've both seen successes and challenges as you've been leading in this journey. I want to ask, especially, do you, based upon your experience, have lessons for others about how they can approach inspiring, leading, and managing their teams, how to manage through the challenges that will inevitably arise? And anything that you might have to say about skill sets and attributes that you think are important for building teams in this new economy. I'll start with you, Abate, please.
Okay, thank you, Nili. So I'm sure you see this as well, Andrew, so I'm not going to say anything which is remarkable. But in our organization, as we have begun this journey to decarbonize our business on a global basis, it comes with risk. And it comes with reward. So what we see increasingly in the organization is people who are on extremes. So there are a lot of people who are not happy that we're not moving forward fast enough, that we need to go ahead even though the economics may not be clear, even though the policy may not be there, or it takes time to order the equipment and do the detail engineering. People want to go ahead and bet the company. There are others on the other end who don't want to do that, right? They are really worried that the company will move too fast, will take the wrong decision, will end up impairing its financial capability and its knowledge base and its technology to really support the world as we decarbonize. And that's been an interesting journey. It's also very geographic. Not to simplify things, but in Europe, I think there's a much stronger desire to move faster. Perhaps it's driven by the regulatory constraints there and the regulatory environment and what is going on politically and socially, and less so, let's say, for example, in North America. At least in our business, we see that day in and day out. And I think the solution to all of that is just to be honest as a leader. We should be honest externally, and we have to be honest internally. And you have to be honest with identifying the opportunities, the rewards, the risks, the threats, what the company can afford, what the company can do. And I think simultaneously, it's very important to have an open door, because you cannot satisfy everyone. But to the extent that you can listen and have that dialogue and have that engagement and make them understand that really we are on the same page in terms of vision and direction. There is no difference here. We really care about climate. We really want to decarbonize our business, but we want to do it in a manner that we can survive, that we can actually bring what we have as a company to the table. And I think more often than not, you manage to bring the whole team together. And it creates a richer discussion, a more engaged workforce community, a more passionate organization, and an organization which understands. And so I think the only lesson I would suggest, and I'm sure others have even better ideas, is start by being honest, have an open door, and continue to have the energy to engage with everyone. And I think that helps a lot. Thank you.
Andrew, internal leadership, successes and challenges, lessons that you may have for us as we also lead in this journey, thoughts about people, teams, qualities. You know, I think we talk a lot about the technical aspects, but what does it take to bring a team along in success in this, and what have you learned? There have been ups and downs along the way.
Look, I had the good fortune to engage energetically with a European leader, President Macron, recently talking about how North Africa could supply the greening of Western Europe with new technology, with cabling and the like. And he made the point that it's okay to be very lonely at the start of an argument, at the start of an initiative. It's not okay to still be lonely at the end of it. You really do need to persuade everyone to come with you. I would say that we went about it probably a little in a bit more of a binary way than ArcelorMittal. We put a stake in the ground, a line in the sand, and said, we are going to stop burning fossil fuel by 2030. And there was big gaps in the strategy. And I think that's okay. And we have a philosophy in our company that if you can imagine it, you're probably halfway there. And then if you elect to go for that, then start where you want to end, which is a company with no emissions, and bring back all the steps to here. Now, there's going to be a lot of steps which are empty of a solution. You know, you'll have some which, yeah, I can do that, I can't do that, yes, yes, no, no, I can't. But what you have then, and explain it to your workforce that this is how we're going to get there, and these are the specific gaps in the strategy that I need your help to resolve. And often the workforce can come up with the solutions, and often it needs serious technological progress in order to fill those gaps in, so you switch from a dream to a strategy. And that is, that's how we brought Fortescue along. And I do say candidly that there were people in leadership who did not agree, who were there because it was a super successful company and they liked that and they didn't want to change. And for all the arguments which Abate has described well, that the argument is you're going to bet the company and then fail the environment because you extinguish the company on making a big bet too early, or you're not betting the company quick enough, and don't you realize what's at stake? All the internal stakeholders have to come around to a singular goal and be prepared to lose people if they don't. And that singular goal is we're going to stop burning emissions and we're going to apply a date. And that's how we did it inside Fortescue. And now we've got 22,000 absolute rampant environmentalists, and they drive trucks and trains and mine, but they're all there because the company's now got a strategy to stop burning fossil fuel. And I'd have to say that the applications of people to join our company increased about 8 to 9 times since over our competitors, since we announced how we were going to go green.
That says a lot. Thank you. This has been a really great discussion. As we close, I would love to have a quick thought, and this will be a quick one, for Harvard and for other universities around the world. We've talked about how inside of the university there's a need for interdisciplinary efforts, but we also need cross-sectoral efforts, bringing together academic institutions with private sector leaders, with public sector, and so on. And so as we close, I just want to ask for a quick thought from you about what academic institutions can do to hold business leaders to account and support them in their journeys. Please.
Why don't you go first?
Good question at the end, no? So I think you guys are doing that today, right? You're holding us to account. You're asking us, or at least Nili's asking us questions, and we're trying to provide you, or at least I'm trying to provide my perspective on what we're doing. And I think that dialogue is the key. And I really enjoyed my time here. I learned a lot from Andrew and from all of you. I've been here since yesterday at the Salata Institute, trying to understand what else we can do together. And I think the key is engagement, right? I mean, we have a lot to learn. You guys are a phenomenal institution. There's a lot of research which is underway, and we can learn from that to accelerate our efforts. So I think the more you do in this environment, the more in the hard to abate sector, I mean, the more welcome it is. And we are here to help in any way we can to further your research. You're welcome to visit any of our facilities, see what we're doing on a global basis, see what we're doing on CCU, go to Canada, see what we're doing in hydrogen and DRI. Really, I mean, we can't do this alone. So the more we engage, the more you cooperate with us, the more we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And look, I'd like to say to the entire academic and university sector, there is one area, please, where I'd like you to not compete with each other, and that is climate change. I really, really need the academic sector of the world to appreciate the incredible position you're in, that you are thought leaders, that policymakers and others will come to you for answers and for balanced opinions. And I'd really like academic institutions everywhere to really step up into this climate change debate. I want you to know that there are solutions. We do not have to have this inexhaustible supply of humidity, which will kill on a massive scale from our oceans continuing to heat in that horrific feedback loop you can get in many, many projections. That's not a future you have to have. That is a choice, and our choice is either action as academic institutions or inaction. And like Abate, we need to know that institutions of the enormous credibility like and being Harvard are leaning forward to say there are solutions here, you must take them, yes, they're going to improve, and if you don't, then it's not because you can't, it's because you won't, and you should leave the stage and let on someone who will.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you. That was great.
Yeah, thank you.
We will have a 30-minute break. Please return to your seats by 11:40 a.m. for our next session, Finding Bipartisan Solutions. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Our next session begins shortly. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Our next session begins shortly. Please welcome Lindy Funmudius to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindy Funmudius, and I am the director of the Salata Institute's Climate Action Accelerator. And I am so delighted to see so many of you here today. There are a lot of climate conferences nowadays, and there are a lot of ways that you can spend a beautiful June day. And I'm so grateful that you decided to spend it with us. Yeah, thank you. And to the folks watching on Livestream, thank you also for being here virtually with us. We love to see that engagement. When I became a US citizen in 2004, I was so thrilled to vote in the upcoming election. But as a German Guyanese, I often scratched my head at American politics. This country has only 2 parties, and none of them are a Green Party? How do they get anything done? Indeed, it is rare for either party to ever achieve unified control of the government, and so bipartisan solutions are imperative. And the last few years have been very successful years for bipartisan climate and environmental legislation when compared to the decade before. The 2 legislators sharing the stage here today have been instrumental agents of bipartisan change in both the House and the Senate. Congressman Carlos Curbelo served as the US representative for Florida's 26th congressional district from 2015 to 2019. Curbelo was ranked the 4th most bipartisan member of the U.S. House of Representatives during the first session of the 115th Congress. Curbelo and his colleague Ted Deutsch founded the Climate Solutions Caucus in 2016. And since 2019, Representative Curbelo has been a steadfast leader on climate change, pushing for solutions and bipartisan legislation with his party and former colleagues. I'm very excited that you'll hear from him about the potential for advancing climate solutions in what feels like a very divided political landscape. Similarly, Senator Ed Markey, who has represented this wonderful Commonwealth in the State House, the House of Representatives, and the U.S. Senate since 1973, is a progressive who has focused on climate change, energy policy, and was chair of the House Select Committee on Energy Independence and Global Warming from 2007 to 2011. He's the Senate author of the Green New Deal, and you may also more famously know him for his sponsorship of the American Clean Energy and Security Act, also known as Waxman-Markey, which primarily sought to promote a clean energy economy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and create energy independence. The bill was approved by the House of Representatives on June 26, 2009, by a vote of 2019 to 2012. However, with no prospect of overcoming a Republican filibuster, the bill was never brought to the floor of the Senate for discussion or a vote. Yet, the House passage of the bill was, quote unquote, the first time either House of Congress had approved a bill meant to curb greenhouse gases linked to climate change. Both of these leaders have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly in their efforts to reach bipartisan climate legislation. I really hope you'll enjoy this conversation, and I'd now like to welcome Representative Curbelo to the stage.
Thank you so much, Lindy, and good morning to everyone here. By the way, if you were listening to the previous panel, for the record, no high-grade marijuana for me this morning, just some green tea. I'm grateful to Lindy and I'm grateful to Harvard for bringing us together to talk about the most important issue. Certainly there's no issue more important than this one for the future of the planet, for all of us who inhabit it now, and of course, for future generations. You heard Lindy reference my bipartisan work in Congress. Why bipartisanship? Bipartisanship is not an end, unless you just want to be known as a nice person or someone who likes to collaborate. But when you're working on policy, it's really a means to a durable, lasting end. Now, the most important issues that we confront, ideally, are handled in a bipartisan manner. That's why we hear our leaders so often talk about Social Security, and we can only reform it if we do it together. Why? Because it affects everyone. Because the consequences of any changes are massive, right? People depend on their Social Security benefits to make their monthly budgets, to figure out where they can live, what they can eat. So because it has such serious consequences, lawmakers don't want to embark on any major reforms on a one-party basis. Well, Social Security is really important, especially for all the younger people who are here in the crowd today, but I think climate and the environment is even more important. And that's why during my time in Congress, my focus was on healing the partisan divide on climate and the environment. I mean, think about it. Unlike Social Security and other issues that we deal with, this is an issue that requires a global solution. Well, we know that we are the leading nation in the world, and if the United States is going to lead on this issue, of course, that means that the two parties, the only two parties, as Lindy stated, in our country, need to have a minimum level of bipartisan consensus. And when I got to Congress, I realized that not only was there no consensus, but there was no dialogue, there was no conversation, there was no trust when it came to this issue. So we got to work, started the Bipartisan House Climate Solutions Caucus, the first and only still bipartisan organization inside the House dedicated to addressing climate change in a bipartisan manner. That organization had 10 members at the beginning, 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats. By the time my time in Congress ended, we had 90. Then in 2018, a lot of Republicans lost, the caucus was decimated, and since then it's been rebuilt back to 70 members. And again, the goal here is not just for people to talk, it's not for people to improve their reputations, it's to address this critical issue that affects every single person on the planet and of course every single person in our country. Now, a lot of people say, well, you know, bipartisanship is impossible. This is a waste of time. We just need to identify what we think are the best solutions and try to ram them through. Well, that doesn't really work. In fact, over the last 3 decades, both parties have tried in different instances to advance policies on a single-party basis, and those policies, for the most part, have either failed or been attacked and been highly unstable. When it comes to climate and the environment, we don't want unstable policy. It doesn't make sense, for example, to pass a price on carbon 1 year and then repeal it 2 years later. That would actually do more harm than good, right? Because people and companies, society needs to organize themselves around these policies. So bipartisanship isn't just something that would be nice to have, but it is something that we need, and it is something that on this issue has already yielded results. Now, of course, you don't read too much about this because our friends in the news media don't make it a habit to highlight when people work together for positive outcomes. They prefer the quick sound bites and the attacks, the personal insults, what we have become accustomed to. But when you look at the history of bipartisan climate action in recent years, it's really something worth celebrating. We have the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus in the House, then the Senate established one in 2019. Conservatives in the House have built the Conservative Climate Caucus. It is, I believe, the largest Republican-only caucus in the House. In 2020, we passed the American Energy Act. At the time, it was the greatest investment in the clean energy transition. That bill was sponsored by Senators Murkowski and Manchin. Then we got the bipartisan infrastructure bill. At that time, that was the greatest investment in the clean energy transition. Republicans and Democrats in the Senate worked together to amend the Kyoto Protocol. What did that do? It phases out HFCs, which are the most potent and dangerous greenhouse gases. So a lot has happened in recent years, and we don't read about it, we don't know about it, but it's important for you to know about it because you care about this issue, because especially the young people in this room are poised to lead us to a better place on this issue. And I want you to understand and to know that the best path, perhaps the only path to solving this challenge, is through bipartisan collaboration. That way we will get the durable policies that we need in order to solve this. Policies that not only are in favor of sustainability, but that are sustainable themselves. Again, we need consensus to move forward. We need consensus in order to lead the world. Now, what are the obstacles to bipartisanship? There's plenty. We've got plenty of Republican obstructionists out there. I dealt with them. I know how difficult they can be, and certainly they have to be overcome. But I think another factor, and a big factor, is the low expectations that we as a society have set for our politics on this issue, especially when it comes to those who are right of center. A lot of people just assume that when it comes to climate and energy and environmental policy, the left, Democrats, are going to advance ambitious solutions that will solve this challenge and that Republicans are just going to be obstructionists and try to defend the status quo. And that's just not true. We should raise expectations. And again, there's a record to show that that's not true, that it doesn't have to be that way and that it isn't always that way. One of the big examples where we see the low expectations that people have for our politics when it comes to this issue is American philanthropy. There was a study conducted recently, maybe a year ago, that shows that out of all climate and environmental giving, 99% went to left-of-center organizations, just 1% went to right-of-center organizations. 99 to 1. What has that done? It has fueled the partisan divide. It has pushed the two parties even farther apart. Now, I'll tell you, and I met a lot of these people when I was in office, and I still come across them today. There are a lot of conservative-leaning voters in our country and our communities who care passionately about the environment. There are a lot of farmers in our country who are concerned about what climate change means for their future, for the viability of their farms. There are veterans who might be conservatives but love this country deeply and understand the threat that the environment poses to our future. There are religious leaders who are conservatives who consider the earth God's creation and believe that it should be protected and preserved for future generations. There are young people who you'll hear from later today and tomorrow, especially in the bipartisan youth panel, who believe in limited government, but also know that we must meaningfully address climate change, that we must solve it. All of these people's voices deserve to be amplified, elevated. They deserve the opportunity to organize just like their counterparts on the left have had for decades. And if they're given that opportunity, I guarantee you that we're going to get the kinds of outcomes from our politics that we all know we need. So bipartisanship isn't an end. It's a means to solving this challenge. And for decades, a lot of our politicians have trained us to view the other side as the enemy. It's not going to work on this issue. We can get away with it on a lot of other issues, right? We can debate tax policy, which companies should pay taxes or how much they should pay. We can debate immigration policy, and there's a lot of room there for disagreement. But when it comes to this issue, we need to be together. Why? Because the consequences of this policy space are massive, and because we don't only need to make policy for our country, we need to lead the world. So I look forward to continuing this dialogue with Harvard University, and now I would like to turn it over to the good senator from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and someone with a long history and a track record of leading on this issue, Senator Ed Markey.
Yeah, thank you, Carlos, so much. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. Thank you for all of your efforts to try to make this issue a bipartisan issue. You've been leading for years. You've been trying to close the partisan gap that has been created. But as you said, climate chaos knows no border, knows no party. A Republican enclave in Florida or a red state farmer is just as vulnerable to rising seas as a blue voting voter in New York City or in Boston. So we're all faced with the identical risk. And so it's imperative that we take action. In Boston, this past winter, our temperatures were 5 degrees warmer for the winter than they were in 1970. So we now have Philadelphia's weather from 1970, and the weather in the winter. We don't have their sports teams, thank God, because we're going to have the Celtics win the NBA title in the next week. But but we do have their weather, and it's only getting worse off of the coastline of Massachusetts. After the Arctic, we're then in the upper 1 percentile of fastest warming bodies of water on the planet. And so we're all part of this science experiment that is being conducted. And so is in Florida, so is in Louisiana. It's something that should be bipartisan, and we have to work very hard in order to be able to do that. We've set very high goals. Governor Healy, Mayor Wu in Massachusetts, to meet these issues. And we are going to be the national leader in our response. But at the same time, we have to absolutely set high goals nationally as well. 25% of the collective CO2 up in the atmosphere is red, white, and blue. And so you can't preach temperance from a bar stool. You can't tell the rest of the world that we have to do something about CO2 if we're not leading ourselves. So that's why it's so important for this to be dealt with in a bipartisan fashion. In fact, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the biggest climate bill to ever pass in August of 2022, was passed without a single Republican vote in the House or the Senate, which was very unfortunate. But the good news is, at least for the red states, is 2/3 of all of the projects are in red states. And we are going to be, in my opinion, starting to see Republican House and Senate members recognizing that disproportionately the benefits from a manufacturing perspective, from an industrial perspective, are going to be in those states. Perhaps breaking down some of those partisan divides and making it easier for people to cross the aisle, if for no other reason, just to protect those projects that are now being set up in their states, in Georgia, in Kentucky, in state after state, which is now qualifying for and building the battery plants, the automotive plants, the wind and solar plants that are going to be actually providing the technology which we need in order to solve this problem. So my hope is that that this is going to be the case. By the end of 2023, the numbers were kind of astounding that already there were 120,000 new jobs in Republican-held districts that had been created by the IRA. There was $240 billion worth of investment in 109 Republican-held districts in our country. So I think that, ultimately there's going to be a lot of money spent by the oil, gas, and coal industry. But on the other hand, there's also all this money that's being invested in red states, in red congressional districts across the country. And we just need to make sure that those investments in a livable future are heard more loudly than big oil and big gas's money on the floor of the House and Senate. So this election is going to be absolutely critical. Clearly, when Donald Trump invites oil and gas executives to meet with him just last month and says, if you give me $1 billion, I will pull us out of the Paris Climate Agreement. I will eviscerate the IRA. I will undermine the Environmental Justice Bureau at the EPA. I will repeal the tax breaks that are there for all of these clean energy technologies. We know that climate is on the ballot this year. And my hope is that where we've already seen the seeds of red state benefits from the IRA, that it will be possible for us to be able to overcome this threat that Donald Trump may win. And then we can actually, in my opinion, I think we can, working with people like Carlos, build bipartisan coalitions to work on clean energy solutions. So that's the goal that we have to have. It's absolutely imperative. As Lindy said in the beginning, I was able to pass Waxman-Markey with Congressman Waxman back in 2009. That would have reduced greenhouse gases by 80% by the year 2050. It went over to the Senate and it died. And it wasn't that there wasn't Republican support for it over there, but we just could not get it to 60 votes. So when we move forward to this era, first I asked Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez if she would have lunch with me, and we decided in December of 2018 that we would create something called the Green New Deal movement. And it's that movement that then created the momentum, that created the moment where Joe Biden could sign the IRA. And McKinsey, Goldman now say that that's $1 trillion worth of incentives that's going to unleash $3 or $4 trillion worth of private sector investment. Clearly, that's a threat to the business model of the oil and gas industry, notwithstanding all of the funding that we put into the bill for carbon capture and sequestration, for example. There's tens of billions of dollars in the legislation for that purpose, but that's not enough for them. They want clearly to see the revolution not move at a pace where $1 trillion of tax incentives, of climate bank incentives, that was my legislation that passed in the IRA, are out there incentivizing this revolution. So I think Donald Trump is clearly going to, if he wins, try to fulfill his promise and take not only the IRA, but even the climate portions of the infrastructure bill off of the books. So from my perspective, it's going to really require people to focus upon the need to ensure that climate is on the ballot this November, that people vote that way, especially swing voters who may be on some issues persuadable to vote for a Donald Trump on more traditional Republican issues. But climate has to be, as Carlos just said, at the top of the agenda. Because if we don't solve this problem right now, we're going to see catastrophic consequences, not just for our country, but for the whole planet. And those who will suffer most adversely will be Black, brown, poor families in our country and those all around the world as well. So I thank all of you for everything that you're doing to organize around these issues. Thanks to Lindy, thanks to Diane Patrick for helping to organize this, and looking forward to the conversation, Carlos.
Well, thank you so much, Senator, and I'll start by saying that, of course, it's an honor to share the stage with you, and I'm glad we're doing it this year and not last year after the Miami Heat had defeated the Boston Celtics and the Florida Panthers had defeated the Boston Bruins. So I'm congratulations to the Celtics. I think you're going to pull it off this year. All right, I hope he heard that.
No, I'm
Okay, you're just taking it in, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you know, our willingness to share an occasional title with other cities, just as a reflection of our magnanimity, but we've had a 5-year drought. That's just unacceptable.
Yeah. You all have enough championships. All right, let's get down to business here. Senator, you have a better perspective on this issue than maybe anyone else on the Hill. Why don't we, for the benefit of the audience here, why don't you walk us through, let's go back to Waxman-Markey, of course, you talked about that history. What happened after that? There's a decade after that that is kind of called the lost decade on climate action. Walk us through that decade and then what changed, right? I kind of discussed some of the more recent victories, a lot of them being bipartisan. I would add that on the IRA, even though it was passed via reconciliation and no Republican support, it certainly congressional Republicans, some have had a history of supporting clean energy tax credits in the past, so I do think that the climate provisions of the IRA do have a strong base of bipartisan support. But why don't you, for the benefit, especially the young people here, walk us through that history, what happened after Waxman-Markey. I personally think that around the time I got to Congress, 2014-15, that was probably the low point. I found that there was no conversation whatsoever across the aisle. What has changed? Give us the history.
The issue of climate could be very well summarized in Waxman-Markey. There was $1 trillion, $2 trillion worth of incentives that were in that legislation. We had the Edison Electric Institute that signed on. We had a lot of bipartisanship from at least the private sector perspective as it came out of the House of Representatives. But the oil, gas, and coal industry, according to some reports, then spent more money that had ever been spent on any issue to defeat it in congressional history, and it died in the Senate. So then, as the years went by, obviously, people were wondering how can we revive this issue as a national voting issue? And my own feeling, as was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was we needed a movement, and we needed young people to be involved. And so that's what the Green New Deal really provided. It provided the energy, it provided this sense of urgency, which was a big part of the of what happened in the 2020 election when Joe Biden won. They were out there, they were insisting that we deal with it. They were angry that preceding generations had left climate change to them and their generations to have to live with the consequences. And so that political energy then changed the dynamic in 2020 and then in 2021 and 2022, when it was clear that something had to happen. And it was built into the infrastructure bill, yes, but then we needed a comprehensive climate bill as well. And so we wanted Republicans. I talked to many of them at that time, but it just wasn't possible. And unlike 2009, when Waxman-Markey passed in the House, we weren't going to go for 60 votes in the Senate, use the traditional mechanism. There were Republicans who did support it back in 2009 and 10, but not enough to get to 60. So we just switched it to using the reconciliation mechanism, which only requires 51 votes. And unfortunately, no Republicans crossed over, so it was all 50 Democrats that served, and then Kamala Harris came and broke the tie in the United States Senate, and then it passed with a majority, but not a supermajority in the United States House of Representatives as well. So this has now unleashed a wave of investment out in our country. So, for example, in 2009, there were only 2,000 total megawatts of solar that had ever been deployed in the history of our country. The good news this year is there's an expectation that 36,000 to 38,000 megawatts of solar will be deployed just this year. That's how big the appetite is for these technologies. There were only 2,000 total all-electric vehicles in our country. That's it, 2009. Today, it's going to be 1.5 million to 2 million new electric vehicles sold this year. And stepping back at the larger picture, in 2023, for the first time in history, there was more money invested in solar globally than in oil. And that's just going to continue as each year goes by. So it's been unleashed, and Donald Trump and Heritage 2025 are now targeting this revolution, and we've got a big historical moment that we're about to be confronted with.
So let's talk a little bit more about the IRA because first of all, it is, as Senator Markey said, the most significant piece of climate legislation ever passed in our country. I also think it can be instrumental to establishing what we need in this country, which is a permanent bipartisan majority in favor of sound climate policy. And Senator, interestingly, you mentioned some of these investments in red states and red districts. There was a prominent House Republican who just a few days ago came out and said that he would not want to repeal the IRA tax credits, that a lot of these projects are being built in red states and red districts. Do you believe that in the wake of the IRA, we do have that opportunity to build that permanent bipartisan majority in favor of sound climate policy? And what are you hearing maybe from some of your Senate Republican colleagues without sharing any names? Do you think that in the Senate, there's also this sentiment among some Republicans at least, and we know a few votes matter a lot in the Senate, in favor of keeping this policy and maybe building off of the IRA tax credits?
Again, that's my hope. My hope is that, for example, in Georgia, where now Governor Kemp is now saying that he wants Georgia to be the electric mobility capital of the world. Well, that wasn't on the scoreboard 3 years ago. But Governor Kemp can see the incredible benefits that are flowing from the IRA into his state for electric vehicles, for South Korean investment in solar manufacturing, which is massive down in Georgia. So my hope is that there can be some recombinant political DNA on this issue, and then that it would be reflected if, let's just say, under a worst-case scenario, that Donald Trump did win, and then he wanted to repeal all aspects of it, that there would be already a vested interest which Republicans in red states that already had these manufacturing facilities constructed would say, well, no, I love you, Mr. President, but I can't do so at the expense of laying off 10,000 people in my home state. So I do believe that ultimately that's going to play a big role in the success, if let's just say theoretically, again, that Donald Trump wins, of him being able to garner the votes which he would need to repeal major chunks of the IRA. And ultimately, as Tip O'Neill used to say, all politics is local, and local in this instance just means the jobs are going to be there. Although I would also say that in this particular era, all politics is loco as well. So I'm not going to be able to fully predict everything that will unfold in the next year in terms of what the response will be from Republicans. It's hard for me to get inside the internal workings of the cerebral mechanisms of Republicans, but I do know that the pressure is going to be intense from a local level for congressmen, especially if those plans happen to be in their districts, that they not vote to repeal.
Well, and Senator, since we're here at Harvard University, I want to ask you, of course, the role of universities in society has gotten a lot of attention in recent weeks and months. What do you think institutions like Harvard and centers like this one can contribute to this debate? Of course, we know it's a little complicated for universities to actually lobby, but short of that, how can they contribute? What do you see the role for institutions like this to support the work you're doing to support this broader cause of sound climate policy?
Well, it just begins with science. Harvard is obviously one of the science capitals of the world, and I've had the honor of representing, these incredible institutions in Massachusetts for many, many years. And the science should drive the politics. There are a lot of climate deniers out there, no question about it. But I think the science, as it then informs young people who are interested in politics, helps to create that coalition, which will once again play a big role in 2024. I think it will be reintroduced, especially in September and October, as it becomes clear what the promises are that Donald Trump is making to repeal pretty much everything that relates to climate policy. Will then, coming out of the universities, coming out of the science departments of universities, be affecting the political science divisions of universities. And I think young people are going to show up again in record numbers around these issues. It's their future that is in danger, and universities provide a space where science is not questioned. That it's a place where the correct answer is one which has been determined scientifically. And here, it's clear that the planet is running a fever and there are no emergency rooms for planets, and we have to put those preventative measures in place. And that's where I think the universities have been the center of the pushback against big oil, big gas, and big coal, because young people just aren't buying it. They get the information, and then in turn they are taking action. So I was very enthused what happened in 2020. Once again, very enthused what happened in 2022, and I have high expectations that we're going to see young people do the same thing this year.
Well, Senator, our time is coming to an end here, and I think that's a great point to close on, young people. That's where my hope is for the future when it comes to this issue. I don't see the partisan and ideological divide among younger generations when it comes to the climate and environmental issue compared to boomers and other generations. I really believe that the younger generations are the ones that are best equipped to come together and to really help solve this, help yield the lasting, durable policies that we need, that people can rely on. I'll let you, this is your town, so I'll let you have the last word here in sharing a message with all the young people in the hall today, including some young conservatives who are here. What do you see as their role in getting us across the finish line?
Young people are only 20% of our population, but they're 100% of our future. They are absolutely the key to the solution to this problem. They are going to make the difference again this year. We're going to see billions of dollars spent to destroy the pathway to that future. And so it can only be answered if young people stand up. They cannot agonize, they must organize around this issue. They have a chance to make a big decision on the most important climate election in global history. They are the first generation to be affected by this issue, and the last generation that can do anything about it. That's how quickly this planet is warming. So to young people, thank you for everything that you have done. And I know that you will rise up this year in order to make sure that your voices are heard and that you influence older generations so that they vote on this issue. And if you do, I can promise you that we'll reach a point in the next 20 or 30 years where children have to look to the history books to find that there ever was such a threat, because this clean energy revolution will have been deployed. So thank you for everything that you have done and that you will do in this coming election year. And thank you, Carlos, and to Harvard.
Thank you, Senator Markey. Thank you for your valuable time. A reminder to the audience, if you want to hear more about the important role of bipartisanship on this issue, there's a bipartisan youth panel tomorrow, and then there's a Harvard alumni panel where Andrea Zampa, a Harvard alumna, will be presenting. A good friend of mine from Deploy US. Her organization focuses specifically on this issue of bipartisan climate action. So please participate and tune in. Thank you so much to Harvard for this gift of Climate Action Week, and thanks to all of you for joining us.
Thank you all. Please enjoy lunch in Annenberg Hall and return to your seats at 1:30 p.m. for our next session, Carbon Pricing in 2025. please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Please welcome back to the main stage Vice Provost Jim Stock, and introducing Professor Catherine Wolfram and Senator Sheldon Whitehouse.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Whitehouse, and thank you, Catherine, for joining us. So we're really fortunate to have a panel this afternoon where we're talking about carbon pricing. As you remember this morning, unprompted, there was a great amount of discussion by Andrew Forrest and Aditya Mittal about carbon pricing. And actually, Aditya Mittal made a really interesting comment. There's discussion about, how would you, by regulation or legislation, accelerate green steel? And one idea on the table is to have a standard. You have to have a 20% green steel by a certain date, and 30% green steel, and 40%, and so forth in your cars, something along those lines. He was not excited about that. He thought that that might be a temporary thing to do, but it's going to be much harder to manage towards, or create some disruptions or some difficulties within the industry. Where they both came down is just have a carbon price. And then there's considerable discussion about how to do that and about the CBAM. So I thought one of the things I thought was interesting was not only there was this focus on management of a company that's making these transitions in the iron and steel sector, but also on the policy environment. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. And we are really fortunate to have two people who come at this from very different perspectives. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse has been Senator of Rhode Island, from Rhode Island since 2007. He's the chair of the Senate Budget Committee, and he's been a longtime advocate of climate legislation, and especially of carbon pricing and carbon taxes. He's approaching, I think, 300 time to wake up speeches. I'm not sure of the exact number, but it's somewhere in that vicinity. And it's time to wake up to the realities of climate change and do something about it. Catherine Wolfram is the William F. Pounds Professor of Energy Economics, MIT Sloan. Catherine is one of the world's leading environmental and energy economists. In 2021 and 2022, she served as Deputy Secretary for Climate and Energy Economics at the U.S. Treasury. So without further ado, Senator, why don't we turn it over to you for your opening remarks?
Great. Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for doing this. And I very strongly believe that carbon pricing is the right way to go. First of all, just as a matter of economic principle, you can go all the way back to Milton Friedman, who taught that if you're going to have a real market economy, the price of the harms of a product, what economists call negative externalities, need to be baked into the price of the product. And if you haven't done that, then it's a big fat subsidy. And at the moment, for that reason, the International Monetary Fund calculates that in the United States, the fossil fuel industry is enjoying about a $700 billion annual subsidy And the vast majority of that comes from harms that they get away with for free because they're violating Economics 101 of putting the price of their negative externalities into the harms of their product. I'd add peripherally that I think they're going about it through political manipulation and fraud, and I hope the Department of Justice takes a look at their behavior the way it took a look at the tobacco industry's behavior when it was engaged in fraud about the harms of its product. But clearly, when the IMF says that the number is way north of $600 billion, we're talking about a pretty significant effort. So basically, the two routes are, do you do just a domestic carbon price, a pollution fee for the harm that comes with each ton of emissions? I've been proposing a bill to that effect for many years now. I hoped that it would get into the IRA, but we were 1 or 2 votes short. So it's still alive and well. And then the more narrow one, the more immediate one, is a US response to the European Union's CBAM. And I have that bill as well. My carbon price includes a carbon border tariff. My carbon border tariff includes a carbon price. So either way, you get to both places. One thing I'll say about the CBAM, and then I'll be quiet, we can go on to the conversation, is that even if we do nothing, even if we just sit on our rear ends and don't try to join the EU and the UK and the other countries that will be participating in the CBAM, it's still really good for the American economy. And it's really good for the American economy because the tariff on Chinese goods is about 3 times, maybe even more than 3 times, the tariff on US products. So we sail into the headwind of a tariff on US exports to the EU and the UK, but opposing that headwind is this huge tailwind of supply chain and manufacturing and so forth moving to the United States from China and other countries. So the CBAM is an unmitigated benefit for the US economy, and we can add to that benefit if we participate and have a proper border tariff and domestic carbon price of our own. I guess the last sentence I will say comes from the latest emissions modeling report from folks we work with all the time, like RFF and Rhodium and others. And that is that if you look at all the different models going forward, and I'm quoting here, no models indicate that the 2030 US climate target would be met with the IRA alone. I think all the models show that if we want success, if we want a pathway to climate safety, it's going to require us to do what's economically and morally right, and that is to price carbon pollution.
Okay, so thank you very much. And there's a lot there, and I'm looking forward to following up on that. So the way we're going to structure this is I'm going to have a few remarks, and then I'm going to pass it over to Catherine, who will have a few remarks, and then we'll engage in a conversation. So Senator Whitehouse mentioned recent modeling about where we are with the IRA, and where we are at the moment in terms of projections about emission reductions in the United States. And I alluded to that in my opening remarks. I've had the opportunity to do some additional work with a team, which Catherine is on, and also includes economists from UCLA and Electric Power Research Institute and the University of the Minnesota Fed. And what we did is we started with a basic observation. So for those of you who follow these sorts of things, you should be aware that the tax code, which you have adjusted to from the 27 tax cuts, that is about to change. So those 2017 tax cuts are expiring, many of them, the end of next calendar year. Now, some of those tax cuts are very popular, so the question is, should those be expanded, or should they be extended, or should some subset of those be extended? It's very likely, extremely likely, that there's going to be a legislative discussion about potential extension of the 2017 tax cuts or some subset of them over the course of, next year, maybe, 12 months from now. That's being done in a different fiscal space and a different environmental space than we were in 2017. So we have high levels of debt to GDP right now, and we have climate goals that we're not achieving, as Senator Whitehouse has said. So that opens the door to conversations about what different potential combinations of climate policies and tax policies might be. So we wanted to kick off that discussion, which is going to be a general public discussion over the next 12 months, by attaching some numbers to a variety of hypothetical policies. And I think I'm going to go through some of the numbers and some of the policies in just a minute, but I think one of the big takeaways is that whatever decision it is that we happen to make around climate next year, including doing nothing, is going to be quite consequential. The consequences of changes to either the way the IRA is set up or to augmenting it with carbon pricing can be very significant in terms of emissions reductions and in terms of impacts on the budget. One thing that's kind of interesting is that they actually aren't that significant in terms of how much it costs a household to actually pay for its energy bills. And you might think that seems a little weird. There's these really big legislative movements. Why isn't it going to affect my electricity bill? And actually, in all of the scenarios we looked at, not electricity bills, but total energy bills are coming down. The reason total energy bills are coming down is because people are switching over to EVs, and they will be over the next 10 years more and more. And EVs are simply less energy to drive, cheaper to drive than gas-powered cars. So let me just describe a little bit. So these are 2035 numbers, not 2030 numbers. The baseline scenario is what we have in policy and in regulation today, or extensions of things that were proposed by the EPA. And we have basically achieve about a 49% emission reduction in 2035. There's a number of options, so that's not on track for 50% by 2030, that's 49% by 2035, 5 years behind schedule. So one option, and I'm not going to say whose option this is, I'm just going to be an analyst, but you can imagine a scenario in which one option would be repealing the IRA. Let's repeal all of the IRA. That actually does save some money in a fiscal sense. On the other hand, you achieve emissions reductions of only 36%. So emissions basically plateau, and then towards the end of the 10-year period start to go back up. Another possibility is that you could actually double down on the IRA. So let's take the IRA tax credits. You could double the IRA tax credits. That would increase emissions reductions from 49% to 53% by 2035. It would cost a ton of money, about $2 trillion more than just having current law over a 10-year budget window. Another possibility is that you might say, well, let's do some compromise here and we'll repeal some aspects, some of the expensive aspects of the IRA, like the EV tax credits, but we're going to add into it a small carbon tax. And it turns out that small carbon tax makes a world of difference in terms of actually driving emissions reductions, especially in the power sector. So that in that circumstance, you actually reduce, in this scenario, you actually reduce the budgetary impact by about $800 billion, and at the same time, you increase emissions reductions from 49% to 57%. And then a final scenario that we looked at is, what if you just get a carbon fee that's very similar to the level of fees that Senator Whitehouse has proposed in the past, and a number of other bills have proposed in the past. And that is actually quite striking. That yields by far the biggest emissions reduction, 66% relative to the baseline of 49%. And the reason for that is that with this carbon fee, combined with the IRA tax credits, you're really incentivizing additional CCS, carbon capture and storage for existing gas, but you're also disincentivizing the use of coal. So coal effectively drops out of the system. And on top of that, you're making it even more economically appealing to deploy renewables and especially to deploy batteries. so that that can take the place of gas. So there's a big range. So the bottom line here, I went through a bunch of numbers without a slide, so you probably don't remember the numbers, but the bottom line is, one, carbon pricing actually would make a big difference even though we have the subsidies of the IRA in place. Conclusion number two is that whatever we do next year, even if it's doing nothing, has big consequences compared to the alternatives. And the third is that the fiscal consequences are fairly substantial. And of course, a carbon tax can help with the pay-fors in some of these other tax situations.
Great, thank you so much. I am delighted to be here. I'm a huge fan of Senator Whitehouse, so very happy to share the stage with him. I wanted to pick up where he and Jim left off. I think we can forget sometimes how easy it has been for other countries to implement carbon pricing and all the discussions about how difficult it has been for the US. So I wanted to talk about the real drumbeat of enthusiasm that we're seeing globally for carbon pricing. The World Bank puts out an annual carbon pricing tracker, and they just updated for 2023 recently. In that, if you look at the G20 countries, all but 3 of those countries have either implemented carbon pricing themselves or have active policy discussions and kind of proposed legislation to do so. So who are the 3 countries that haven't? The US, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. Not great company for the US. And I would argue that a lot of the enthusiasm and really this drumbeat that we've seen lately, a lot of the interest in carbon pricing abroad is encouraged by the CBAM, what the senator referred to. So the CBAM is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. There's one proposed in the UK, there's one implemented into law in the EU. And the way it works is basically it adjusts at the border for the carbon intensity of imports into those jurisdictions. So for instance, if you're a Malaysian steel producer and you're sending imports to the EU, say it takes 2 tons of carbon to make a ton of your steel, at the border, you have to pay the same carbon price that the EU-based steel producers are paying. So if they're paying $100 a ton, and it takes 2 tons of CO2 to make your ton of steel, you have to pay this tariff at the border. But the key thing is that the CBAM credits you for whatever carbon price you've already paid. So if Malaysia already has a carbon price, then its steel producers get credited for that when they're exporting to the EU. So that's led to this thinking, like for instance, take the example of Turkey. Turkey is one of those G20 countries that is thinking actively about carbon pricing. Turkey exports half of its manufacturing to the EU. And so the Turkish government is thinking, all right, my manufacturers are already going to be paying this price. They're just sending the check to Brussels. If I being the Turkish government, put in a carbon price, then we get to keep the revenue. And our industry isn't going to complain that much because they're already paying it. They'll just be sending the checks to us. So that kind of logic is really kind of starting this conversation and really leading a lot of countries to think about carbon pricing. So one question you might ask, or one question that comes up a lot is, well, how will this impact low and middle income countries? I've talked about the G20. The G20 is 85% of global economic activity, but what about the other 15%? Isn't it kind of unfair to make countries in, say, sub-Saharan Africa pay the carbon price? I think there's some logic to that, and we have to be careful and think about how our actions implement the low and middle income countries. But there's also some thinking, there's an NGO based in Nairobi that we've been working with that points out that in a world where you're pricing carbon, countries that have a lot of solar potential, a lot of ability to produce energy from solar, that are already producing a lot of energy from hydroelectric, they're actually favored. And so they argue that Africa, that countries like Kenya and Africa can really use this as a way to kind of have a green-led growth strategy and really emerge from this as a positive economic force. So for instance, they say that it used to be the case that in the EU, energy flowed from the east to the west. You had coal mines in Poland shipping coal to the car manufacturers in Germany. But in the future, they want energy to flow from the south, from Africa to the north. Hopefully that vision gets implemented. So the second thing I wanted to talk about is where the US stands in all of this. If the senators' bills get passed, if what Jim's describing happens in 2025 and under the discussions about the Trump tax cuts, the US manages to implement a carbon price, this CBAM momentum will be even more powerful. The US is such a big consumer in the world economy that we will really kind of turbocharge this momentum. On the other hand, if the US doesn't implement a carbon price, this momentum is still going to be there. The US just isn't going to be participating in it. And so there'll be decisions made about, kind of technical details that US companies won't be able to participate in. So I see that as a real drawback. So just to conclude, the economic logic behind carbon pricing is so potent and so persuasive. I just think that the US will come to this realization. It just depends on when. So the US, under the Inflation Reduction Act, is already paying to remove carbon from the atmosphere. It just seems like a fool's errand to let it go into the atmosphere for free. So hopefully we'll come to that realization and get to the carbon pricing sooner rather than later.
So let me follow up with on that. There's a lot there too. I think it would be really interesting just to spend some time going down another level of detail on carbon border adjustments. And I know, Senator, you proposed some legislation on carbon border adjustments with pricing in the United States, which you referred to. You've also been in conversations with Senator Cassidy, who has an alternative proposal in that area, which is actually different in at least one very important way, which is that it doesn't have a domestic carbon price. I wonder if you could spend a little time just talking about the logic of those, your proposal, Senator Cassidy's proposal, and how you see that playing into this broader agenda. And then I think just for the audience, one thing to remember is that these discussions around the CBAM these border proposals are fairly narrow in their scope and apply mainly to manufacturing goods. Whereas if we think about a carbon price, we'd be applying that to fossil fuels at the wellhead, so it would apply to coal and natural gas and all of those things and percolate through the power sector. So we're looking at a more circumscribed notion here.
Well, first of all, let me return the compliment to Professor Wolfram. I'm a fan. Back at ya.
Thank you.
And on the Republican CBAM, a couple of things. First, people should know that we are working together with the Climate Leadership Council, with Resources for the Future, and with Silverado, which is another consulting firm, and RFF and Silverado are almost merged with respect to their effort to support our bipartisan negotiations. So there's a pretty good academic and policy workhorse to support our efforts. What I think Bill Cassidy and also Lindsey Graham are trying to accomplish with their bill is two things. First of all, I think we're all concerned about economic competition with China, and it would be a shame if China were to defeat us in economic competition by virtue of making dirtier products and not having to meet the same standards that we have invested in meeting, and it's going to get even more marked as the IRA rolls out. So the China competitiveness push, I think, is very important to both of them. And I think also, particularly coastal states, they're seeing real looming economic harm coming from climate risk. It's not just about polar bears. It's not just about green jobs. If you look at the Florida insurance market, we may be at the beginning of a very significant coastal property values meltdown caused by sea level rise, storm risk, uninsurability, unmortgageability, and all of that. So they're looking ahead to ideas that might be able to help solve this problem before it gets really bad. And I guess the third piece is that I think they're looking forward to a day when the industries that will have to pay CBAM tariffs, cement, aluminum, steel, chemicals, suddenly realize that the only reason they have to pay these damn tariffs is to help maintain a fossil fuel freedom to pollute business model that nobody else enjoys. So there'll be a bit of a counterbalance politically as those industries step up and start to come to Congress and say, hey, what the hell, you guys? Why am I paying this tariff? Why don't we just join? And then the pressure turns to the fossil fuel industry, which has been the great obstacle to all serious climate legislation. So I give them a lot of credit for what they've done. Obviously, there's been a lot of fossil fuel blowback against them, but they've stuck to their guns. So, good on them. And I think, the day is going to come when, if you want to avoid the tariffs, the European Union is going to say to us, if you want to avoid the tariffs, you have to have a domestic price on carbon, period, and end of story. And it's at that point, I think, that our proposals begin to come together. But I sympathize in their political environment with both Lindsay and Bill if they're asked to lead with a domestic carbon price before it's demanded. I think political reality should be you lead with your strongest arguments, which in their case are China and having a Republican story to tell on climate.
So speaking of the politics of carbon pricing, I'd be curious to get your reactions to Jim's comments about the fiscal pressures that we'll see and the estimates that I've heard with the removal of the extension of the Trump tax cuts are that it would cost $4 trillion. Our calculations are that, especially with a generous carbon price, one that exempts retail gasoline, we don't want to go there in the US, that we could raise like $2 trillion. It would be a significant fiscal benefit. Does that kind of logic, do you think that the fiscal benefits of carbon pricing will be persuasive to your colleagues or subsets of your colleagues?
They could. I think a little bit depends on where they're dedicated. Colleagues who are very interested in reducing the national debt might find some appeal in having some of that go to reducing the national debt. Colleagues who are interested in environmental and economic justice might be attracted by seeing the ways in which those revenues can be spent for economic and environmental justice. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a pretty close shave in terms of the vote count. And a number of us, I believe, are prepared to insist that any extension of the Trump tax cuts for any part of the population be accompanied by a serious effort to address climate emissions and to have the polluting industry end its pollute for free status. It's, as I said, it's economically wrong, it's morally wrong, and it's leading us on a pathway to disaster. So why would we want to continue that? So I think that the upcoming tax conversations, whether it's around the expiry of the Trump tax cuts, or whether we are lucky as Democrats to win the trifecta and we can do another reconciliation bill, that's the economic measure that we can do without filibuster in the Senate that was the vehicle for the IRA. So we could do IRA 2.0, and in the IRA 2.0, a CBAM tariff, a carbon price, specialty fees on shipping pollution, and I think a significant cost on high-end luxury, first-class private jet air travel are all very, very realistic prospects, and collectively, that could easily raise $2 trillion over the 10-year budget window we talk about. And if you exempt gasoline and other things like that, the number comes down a little bit, but it's still a pretty darn big number. Trillions are still a big number.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, while we're on the politics of carbon pricing, something that surprised me when I was in the administration was the opposition that I saw from the left. The environmental movement I would say it's not that they don't love carbon pricing, I think they actively don't like it. So yeah, just curious to get your reactions to that. Is the U.S. environmental movement opposed to carbon pricing, or yeah?
I think that's very understandable for a couple of reasons. First of all, the environmental justice movement has been largely left out of the environmental conversation for many, 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 many years. And if you're living in a burdened community that is being loaded up with pollutants by a nearby refinery, and somebody says, it's cool, we're going to put a big price on carbon, that's going to incent somebody else to build carbon removal, we're going to get to carbon net zero for the world, but in the meantime, the lead, the particulates, the arsenic, and everything else is going to continue to land on your neighborhood. That is obviously a lousy place to end up, and we won't end up there. But I think people who've been left out of the conversation for so many years are suspicious. And I think, to be perfectly blunt, it hasn't helped that the administration has been so squirrely about all of this, so that the sort of mainline environmental groups who want to get in the room and want to go be in the White House and, you know, sit in the Oval Office and all that kind of stuff are reluctant to put much pressure on. I will give huge, huge props to Secretary Yellen and her team, because I think Treasury has been fabulous on these issues. I think Secretary Yellen has been the best proponent of climate action in the Biden administration, bar none, in her quiet, you know, effective way. So I'm a huge fan, and I know you supported her work, so thank you very much for that. But outside of that, particularly at the White House itself, they were very, very, very squirrely, and they were sending pretty strong signals, I think, to the environmental community. If you want to be part of our team, then don't come in and start badgering us about CBAM or about carbon pricing. Now, we broke them on the methane pricing, and we got that into the IRA, and they agreed that they would support that. And Podesta just did his big pivot on the CBAM at Columbia, and so that's starting to move in the right direction. So there's movement in response to these concerns. But I do think that those were two legitimate concerns. I think the other was, you know, the practicality of all of this. But, you know, don't people dislike this? And I think the short answer to that is the public actually really likes this idea. But when in the United States, or a few years ago in France, you actually get a legislative proposal going, the fossil fuel industry comes in with very, very robust political intermediation, to put it nicely. And our side is usually nowhere near ready enough to fight back. And so they win these localized victories by dropping in very, very well-developed political attack modes. But the underlying public, if it were even, the underlying polling is that, like, people actually like when polluters have to pay for the mess that they make. And that's a 70+% number, and up into the 80s and 90s with Democrats.
You actually, Senator, mentioned the announcement from the White House. You mentioned Podesta making an announcement a month and a half ago or so to take a look at, to set up a task force to look at mechanisms for border adjustments in the United States. I think, Catherine, we were talking about this before the session started, and you had some thoughts about that. Maybe you could explain, we're getting pretty into the weeds here, but maybe you could explain one path of how that might proceed and what that would look like, and how that might play out from an economist perspective.
Yeah, so I think...
You better do some explanation here.
Well, I mean, in some ways, I think it mirrors the options that have been presented in Congress. So one way is to have a carbon price domestically in the US and the associated border adjustment. The other way, which has been presented by Senators Cassidy and Graham, is to only have a carbon tariff. Basically, the idea is to tax at the border based on the carbon intensity of our imports without doing anything domestically. And, you know, I definitely appreciate the senators interest in working in a bipartisan way. I think it's great that there's consideration of climate change by Senators Cassidy and Graham. But I'm really worried about the idea of what I consider is basically a carbon tariff, that the US, without anything to adjust for, without a domestic carbon price, would start imposing a price on China and Malaysia and Mozambique, these poor countries that haven't benefited from fossil fuels in their development yet. We're going to start charging them without charging ourselves. I think that on a moral level, that's questionable. Also, from kind of a rules-based perspective, what the EU has done by most calculations is compatible with World Trade Organization trade laws, whereas just having a tariff and calling it a carbon tariff isn't necessarily compatible with WTO rules. So, I think the devil is in the details, how we do it, and I do worry that the strong interest in maintaining competitiveness with China and kind of punishing China for their carbon-intensive production will lead us down the carbon tariff road. But I just worry that will undermine all the positive developments that we've seen with the EU CBAM, where kind of the EU is doing it the right way, and we're looking at part of what the EU is doing and saying, oh, we like that part, but not this part. I don't think that's the right way to go.
Would it be fair to interpret the White House task force as essentially doing a version of the no domestic carbon price but a border adjustment, but doing that through administrative means?
I hope not. I mean, I think there are administrative ways to do that, unfortunately. I think there are Section 232 tariffs that they could implement, but I hope we don't go that way.
I think they're still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I think they're still.
I think that's where they are. And you're absolutely right that to have a carbon tariff with no domestic carbon price would be a mistake, I think. But I'm counting on the EU and the UK to hold our feet to the fire and to say, look, if you want waiver from the tariffs, you've got to have a carbon price. Period, end of story. Tough bounce if you don't do that. So I think that's going to be really a powerful agent for change. And we've watched the Biden administration move a lot on this, and I think that movement is going to continue. And in addition to the White House task force on climate trade, there's also a working task force the Treasury is heavily involved in, where I think a lot of the good, smart work will be done.
I think this goes back to the, excuse me, the calculations that I was referring to earlier, which is, if this isn't the mechanism you want, if for whatever political or ideological or because you have different value weights or so forth, that's fine. Tell me something else that achieves a 66% emissions reduction by 2035, and that's great. Okay, let's do that as long as we can afford it. But we're not familiar with what those other policies would be. It'd be great to see them.
Yeah, I would also. I'd be very curious. So, Senator, you mentioned the methane. I like to say that the U.S. does have a price on greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah. We have a price on methane emissions from the oil and gas industry. And, methane is this, it's kind of esoteric. People always talk about carbon and CO2 emissions, but methane is this super potent greenhouse gas that has really bad climate impacts for the first 10 years, but then diffuses quickly. But to me, it suggests if we can make progress reducing methane, we're really buying ourselves time to work on carbon, to work on kind of the big kahuna. So yeah, I'm curious about the politics of the methane fee. How did that come to play?
Well, it began with my methane fee in the Environment Public Works Committee, and Chairman Carper's support of it in the IRA process. And then the White House in the negotiation said, okay, we can have a methane price. So it got into the bill, and then it had to go through what I call being mansionized. so it was made more industry friendly, but it's still quite real. And so it's in law now. And the next steps, which the administration is pursuing with less diligence than I would like, but which it's pursuing, is how you enforce it. You know, now that we know that satellites can detect methane leaks quite specifically and pin them down to, you know, football field sized sources, we ought to be enforcing that 24/7 and using whoever has the best legal argument to stop the flow, whether it's the Department of Interior cutting off the permit or enforcing the contract terms, or a local tribe filing a nuisance action because it's having to breathe the damn stuff, or the federal government bringing an action. We should be really, really diligent about chasing that down. And if we do that, then potentially one of the things we could push for in Baku in the next big COP meeting, which is otherwise, I think, looking like it's going to be pretty much of a disaster, would be a worldwide methane leak enforcement operation. So that wherever you found methane, trade, diplomatic, economic, and other sanctions would kick in fast, so that we could, not just in the US and in the Permian and places like that, shut down the methane leakage, but globally shut down the methane leakage. But it's hard to take that cause into Baku if we're still terrible about knocking down our methane leaks. So we got a short window to get the methane task force that they have really up and running and proven to be effective.
So one of the things I want to set the stage by saying that one of the things that Catherine has been pushing and developing and actually came up with an idea was early on was having a methane border adjustment, and would the methane border adjustment mechanism be a vehicle for that enforcement? There's a number of interesting technical features about methane, especially from oil and gas, as the Senator points out. It can be measured remotely, so you can fly over countries that you might not be able to have on-the-ground monitors, but you can still detect the leaks. That means you can quantify the methane emissions from oil and gas sectors at a country level, and that means that you could then say, well, any imports of the oil and gas from that particular country is going to be assessed according to the average production intensity. I have to give a shameless plug that some of the great work that allows that remote satellite detection is done by scientists whose offices are right over there. But this is I'm wondering if this might be a vehicle for moving forward on that.
Yeah, I mean, and if using the data that are produced over there, if you look at it, some of the really big methane emitters from the oil and gas sector are Iran and Russia and Venezuela, countries that if we were waiting for them to do something domestically out of their own initiative, we'd be waiting for a long, long time. So I think it's just an example where using our power as consumers of the oil and gas that they're producing is really powerful, and kind of insisting, if you want to sell oil to us, and hopefully through some kind of agreement, as the senators described in Baku, we could get other large oil and gas importers on board with this, say, you need to clean up your act. And if again, if you look at the data, Venezuela and Turkmenistan are just off the charts dirty in terms of methane emissions. So being able to put economic pressure on them to clean up their act is super potent, super important. Yeah. So I guess I have a question for the senator. You have both a carbon pricing kind of, you alluded to this in your opening remarks, both a carbon pricing bill with the CBAM in it, and then the Clean Competition Act, a CBAM bill with a carbon price in it. How do you see those interacting, or why two bills?
The reason for the CBAM bill is to take advantage of the CBAM coming at us, which I think, as I said, is a huge forcing moment for us politically, and is perhaps the best avenue we have towards a pathway to climate safety. Without it, I think we pretty well fail. In a better world, with less fossil fuel mischief in Congress, we'd have done the proper full-on domestic carbon price, not just the CBAM and related industry response. But you got to do what you can as soon as you can in all of this. And I think we can probably get a CBAM passed in the next Congress. Again, it depends on what voters do. Obviously, President Trump is pretending that none of this is real. The fossil fuel industry is back to its usual bad behavior. And the Republicans are generally so dependent upon fossil fuel money that it's very difficult for many of them to take any kind of a contrary position. But assuming that things go well, then I think that we're really focused on getting a carbon price bill, and I think we'll be able to. I guess one other thing I'd add is, if the Florida property market really blows up because the insurance industry collapses there and, no insurance, no mortgage, no buyer, good luck with property values, then there's suddenly a really powerful impetus to solve this problem. And people who thought that the fossil fuel industry was telling them truth, who thought this only had to do with polar bears, who thought this was just a way to get green jobs, suddenly realize, uh-oh, we have enormous economic stakes in this, and we're really getting clobbered hard with economic systemic shocks, and a whole new world of opportunity, unfortunately, is created by disaster.
Of course, we've seen really significant disasters. If you think to last summer, the Canadian wildfires, the effects of that in terms of that pollution and that smoke on the East Coast, fires in California, heat waves already in the Southwest. Do you see that as having a big impact? Is that changing minds? Is that changing minds of voters? Is that changing minds of senators?
I think slowly, but the human mind responds better to stunning shocks than to the frog slowly boiling in the warming pan. So I think we're accommodating more and more to that. Interestingly, one of the things that I'd love to see more work on is how much climate change explains inflation. You were talking about the fires. Between the fires and the pine beetles, it got harder to get to lumber, and lumber prices went up. We've seen cocoa and coffee and orange juice and olive oil and shipped product stuck outside the Panama Canal because it's too dry to get through. And over again, you see these price increasing economic conditions that are driven by climate. But again, that's all being marketed as Joe Biden's, inflation problem, as opposed to a really hard look at what's causing it and tying it back to climate stuff. So when it moves slowly, and particularly when there's a very strong propaganda operation wrapped around it, it's less impactful than suddenly one day you wake up in the morning and kaboom, the bottom fell out of the Florida insurance and property market.
Those inflation drivers are there for sure, but I think we need to keep in mind that the biggest driver of inflation over the COVID crisis and the rise in inflation and then the decline in inflation actually came from fossil fuel prices. So it was prices it was partly the spike associated with the Ukraine war and natural gas, and then that drove up oil prices, and then that's percolated throughout the economy. That's declined, and as energy prices went up, inflation followed, and as energy prices went down, inflation followed. So, I think the real story is actually, yes, you're right about these effects on food and so forth, but the real story is fossil fuel prices.
Agreed.
And Senator, getting a bit away from the economics, you've referred to the power of the fossil fuel industry a couple times, and I know that another big issue that you've taken on is the role of money in politics. So do you see these two things related, the kind of increasing role of money in politics and the fossil fuel opposition to climate change? If you had a magic wand and could get rid of Citizens United, how do you think the US response to climate change would look different?
I think we'd go back to normal. Normal as defined by what I saw when I got to the Senate in January of 2007. And for 2007, 2008, and 2009, we had very robust bipartisan work going on climate with real bills, not little nibbly bills that might do something someday, but really big trajectory changing pieces of legislation. And we saw my friend John McCain run for president, carrying the Republican banner with a very legitimate, solid climate platform. And that entire effort fell completely apart in January of 2010, which not coincidentally was the date of the Citizens United decision, which opened up unlimited money in politics, which gave a motive to hide who you were when you were spending unlimited money in politics, which led to massive, massive, massive fossil fuel influence buying through a whole array of front groups designed to obscure that it is them. And since January of 2010, since Citizens United, we have not had one serious piece of climate legislation brought up by the sponsored by our Republicans. They do little nibbly bills every once in a while, but it died and it hasn't come back to life. And I'm absolutely confident that that's absolutely the result of billions of dollars in fossil fuel dark money being pressured into our political system through their whole armada of front groups.
Well, in the session before lunch, Senator had Representative Curbelo as one of the people talking, and of course, when he was in Congress, he was a proponent of carbon pricing, and then he got primaried.
Yeah,
And
he's
now,
not the only one.
And now we have the front runner for the Republicans negotiating with the fossil fuel companies about everything he'll do for them if they give him money to run his campaign. It's, yeah, depressing.
So this has been really, actually really terrific, and I think it's really interesting. It's really been fascinating for me. I wonder, as we close this up, Senator, if you have any words of advice for us and for Harvard. Now, I know you're a Yalie, but we're all on the same team on this particular occasion. And I'm wondering if you have any words of advice for academic institutions in terms of the role they can play in understanding climate issues and working on climate challenges and so forth.
Yeah, I think, we're all on Team Climate, and I think we need to understand that there are now no remaining known scenarios for a pathway to climate safety that don't include carbon pricing. Potsdam reviewed something like 1,200 scenarios, most of which are by the boards now because of the lost decade after Citizens United. I think there are 11 remaining feasible scenarios. Most of them require us to overshoot and then come back, but they all require carbon pricing. So we have to understand that carbon pricing is essential to a pathway to climate safety. There can be no more quarrel about that. We also have to understand that we're going to have to fight through enormous fossil fuel opposition through a lot of hidden and secretive channels. They are absolutely up to no good still. And then I guess I'd close by saying, if you want to look at the problems at the Supreme Court, which involves, among other things, getting rid of the Clean Power Plan and the climate denial operation and the corrupting influence of money in politics, you find behind it all a very small group of very right-wing billionaires who figured out that for what for them is small money, they can completely torque and degrade the American system of government so that Congress won't do anything about climate. The Supreme Court will do essentially anything that they want, and they can control the political system through dark money donations so voters don't matter. Those things are linked, and the more we can focus on that connective tissue and be rid of it, the more likely we'll get to what Ronald Reagan used to refer to as morning in America again.
That's it. Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you very much, Catherine. It was a wonderful conversation. We invite all of you to join us at our breakout sessions that we have at disparate places around campus, none of them very far walk, and we look forward to seeing you over the course of today and tomorrow.
Please make your way to your breakout sessions. Volunteers are available to help direct you to your location. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Our next session begins shortly. Please welcome David Cash, the Regional Administrator for the United States Environmental Protection Agency's Region 1 Office, Dr. Garber Basu, Director of Education and Policy at the Center for Climate, Health, and the Global Environment at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, Dr. Tamara James Todd, the Mark and Catherine Winkler Associate Professor of Environmental Reproductive Epidemiology at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, Grace Robio, Director, Office of Children's Health Protection at the Environmental Protection Agency, and Osasanega Idawa, an undergraduate student and member of the United States EPA National Environmental Youth Advisory Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm David Cash. I'm the EPA Region 1 Regional Administrator. EPA Region 1 covers the 6 New England states and the 10 federally recognized tribes. It's awesome to be back here on campus. I appreciate the applause that we got as we got called out with how loud it was. I was expecting we'd each get a separate applause, so I'm going to work on making it up to you. It's an incredible panel that we have. You'll hear from in a moment. But we are at this incredible moment right now. I mean, we're here at Climate Action Week, and there's no question that Harvard, like many other institutions all over the world, have done the research and application of findings to address the climate crisis. So to be here on this stage now and to be part of the Biden-Harris administration, as both Grace and I are, is remarkable. Because I'm not quite sure everybody knows the extent to which we are moving faster than has ever happened in this country. We have greater investments than have ever happened in this country. We have a regulatory agenda unlike any that we've ever had in this country, addressing the climate crisis, advancing climate justice, trying to right wrongs of the past of communities that have been overburdened and underserved in terms of the environment, and making investments, drafting permits, doing the work that EPA does to protect human health and the environment in a way to right those wrongs, to engage in communities in ways that we never have before as a large federal bureaucracy, learning as we're going, to communicate what we're doing. It's why I'm on this stage. It's why we are getting more and more present in social media. So the only time you can look at your phone right now is to log on and go to EPA_New England and follow us. Actually, that's not true. There's another reason that you should be on your phones. Using the CVent app, you can scroll down to this session to ask questions. So we want to have robust questions and answers as we go through the program. So please do that as well. You can ask them individually or for all of us. So let me just frame a little bit, and then I want to open it up to the panelists, because my essential question to the panelists are, how is this working? How are the investments that we're doing that are advancing climate justice, that are advancing environmental justice, how's that working? What are the barriers? What are the roadblocks? What are the examples of things that have worked really, really well? So let me just kind of frame up a couple of high points of what we've been doing that is advancing environmental justice, advancing economic development, pushing the green energy economy forward with workforce development, job growth, and righting wrongs in the past. So I'm just going to tell you really quick lists. So if we look at the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, 2 bills that passed about 2 years ago, 2+ years ago, let me put this in some kind of context for you of what we're spending. So we just announced a $27 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund. That's to leverage 7 times that in the private sector of investments, $7 billion as part of that program, Solar for All, going only to low-income and disadvantaged communities, $5 billion in climate pollution reduction grants, $5 billion for clean school buses all over the country, $1 billion for clean ports, $1 billion for technologies that will advance heavy-duty vehicle development. I was expecting another big applause right there. But let me just put that in context. I've been in government for a long time, state government, federal government. Like $1 million grant is a big deal, right? So I'm on Instagram, as I just told you, and I just saw this great presentation to put that in context. Million. And as Michael Regan, our administrator of EPA, says, he often talks about the billions with a B that we're spending. So if I counted 1 million seconds, that would be 11 days. If I counted 1 billion seconds, that would be 30 years. I mean, this is just extraordinary what we're spending. And in addition to the incentives, the spending, the lifting up communities by investing in the communities, what communities want, we're completely pushing the regulatory agenda as well. We have a whole host of climate-related regulations that have passed on power plants, on medium-duty, light-duty, heavy-duty vehicles, on methane that's produced during oil and gas exploration. We have all kinds of work that's going in the arena of power plants, not just on what they emit, but on how they are managed in terms of effluents from water. All of these things combine to protecting human health and the environment in much, much more powerful ways than we ever have. But we're at this moment where I think, as I mentioned, these bills are 2+ years old. We're trying to make it work. We're engaging with communities. And I'm fortunate to be in a place where universities, research and development are first and foremost. So I would love to turn to our incredible panel right now and just pose that question of what it is that you're doing that intersects with that work that we're doing. And we'll get to what's been working, what hasn't been working, but let's go down the line. So Gaurav.
Sure. Thank you, David. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, David. Thank you to Salado for putting on this great event. When I'm in these spaces and I hear all the amazing work David and his colleagues are doing, as kind of a systems thinker, I get fired up. There's no question that we are making progress at a scale and speed that we have never done before. We waited way too long, and now we're working on all levers to make those kind of systems change that will allow us to have healthy, sustainable, just societies. So I put that hat on, but I also put my hat on as a primary care doctor who works in a community health center. And I have this pain of also realizing that my patients, I think not enough of them are palpably feeling in their lives how all these bills that are impacting their lives, how they feel it in their day-to-day lives. I work in a community health center with a economically vulnerable patient population, and I kind of bring in my energy of we're doing this work, we've got to build a new world so our kids can be healthy and all of you can, and it's those communities that are going to benefit the most, right, from these environmental justice initiatives. And still, they just can't feel it in their day-to-day lives. What does that look like? That means that they feel like their energy bills are lower, that the buses are working on time, that the trains are working on time, that healthy food, climate-friendly food is making it onto their tables in a way that they want it to, that the green spaces are helping their families. And so I live in this kind of, looking at, being a policy wonk and thinking about all this policy and how it's flooding down, and then understanding how it's being received by our communities. There's a disconnect still. And I think we need to continue the hard work. Of course, everything that we're doing right now is we need this pace and scale year in, year out for decades, which is quite a fast marathon to run. But we got to do that because it's the right thing to do. And I'll be honest with you, I was looking at the European Union parliamentary election results coming in, looking at the election numbers here. And it feels clear to me that not enough people feel like this is improving my life. I gotta stand up, I gotta vote for climate solutions. And that's not easy. I actually think it's very hard. I don't certainly have any clear answers. But I think to make a durable coalition of people who say it is in my family's interest, it's in my personal interest, that this is gonna be an animating reason why I vote for the person I vote, we need to keep working on that. And I'll maybe just close by saying, as a primary care doctor, I think we've made a lot of progress. I think the EPA has been doing a great job of this, and it feels like it's moved a lot in the last few years. But I'd really advocate to everyone to ensure that health is at the foundation of how we talk about environmental justice and climate solutions. A lot of my friends are kind of surprised as a doctor that I'm a climate person, and I'm surprised that they're surprised, because I can't think, foundationally, this is an issue of health equity and the health of my patients. And I see that very clearly. My colleagues feel that very clearly. We had a huge presence in Dubai this year in COP. But I am surprised in other disciplines at how still we've got some work to do. And I feel like I've got work to do to make sure we're making these connections clear. I think having the health lens allows this to become human work. It humanizes it. It makes it real. It becomes about the people and things that people love. And you see the faces and you see the data at the same time. And it creates a moral anchoring. We've got to have a moral accountability for this work. I think about my own children around the world. And I think health allows us to see each other's humanity and anchor in that to work with urgency.
Awesome, that's great. Tamara, and by the way, just when I'm picking up my phone, I'm not looking for text. I'm going on the app and looking for questions. Tamara?
Thank you also for having me here today. Really amazing event. And just to kind of, piggyback onto Gaurav's really important point about seeing the humanity pieces of this by really centering health as we have to grapple with the ongoing climate crisis. As a scientist and a public health practitioner who's an epidemiologist, I really think about this from the context of public health in a moment in time where public health is really a threat. Like there's concerns about whether or not there's trust issues between the public and science. And when we're thinking about how do we leverage our power as scientists, our knowledge as scientists, how do we move it beyond the publications and the journals that we have and actually do exactly what this week is intended to do and take action? I think there's a lot of steps that have been made. I do think that being able to see real policies that are trying to connect communities to solutions is important. But I do feel like there's a number of gaps. And I'll give an example of that. A lot of our research, particularly in the space of environmental justice, is highly descriptive. There's serious limitations around thinking about how do we actually practice the solution-oriented, approaches of science, particularly as, in the case of the type of work I do, as an epidemiologist. And so if you're really thinking about solutions, you have to move beyond telling a community, again, that, you all live in an urban heat, island, you are, your air quality is quite low, you're, or poor, you all have much higher asthma rates, you have more preterm birth. Most, after a while, that really erodes public trust, because that's not what we're here for. We're here to build out solutions, use our science for action. And so it's really wonderful to start seeing that happen through grants that are really looking to connect scientists to community members, and recognizing not just lived experience, but also connecting that with the scientific experience and moving it forward. I think there's been a really interesting moment that's also happened over the last, several years from our own here in the Northeast corridor, where we used to once upon a time just think, oh, that's the West Coast that has to deal with poor air quality. We don't have to deal with that. Or we don't have to deal with, backing up of sewers due to, extreme weather events, or even, as we go into, I appreciate being from the Midwest that when I first moved up here, I didn't really feel like I was in Kansas City anymore. but it feels like Kansas City again here. And so all of those different pieces, and also having, children who are in sports and we have to do regular tick checks and Lyme disease issues, all of these things that impact our lives as individuals, but then at the population level, what does that mean? And frankly, it's quite expensive. And US taxpayers are paying money for us to find solutions. So I would really love to see it take less time to get there. So on average, it takes about 17 years to go from an idea, like we have an idea about something from a research perspective and we test that out, to an actual built-out intervention. What will it take for our science to prioritize intervention development? What will it take for us as academics to partner with business leaders to do more of that solution-oriented work? And how can we partner better across sectors, really breaking down silos more effectively to not only, develop solutions in our little silos, but to move beyond, connecting from community to policy to solutions that really are informed by our science. So I'm hoping that we can continue to do more of that so we can go from almost 20 years down to, we really need these solutions now. So.
Thank you. Grace?
Thank you. Wow, we were talking backstage about how we were going to improvise. It doesn't sound like they just improvised. I work in the subject of children's environmental health specifically, and David, the biggest challenge that I see at the moment with all of these amazing investments is that we don't really have broad recognition that our children's health is an indicator of our nation's health, and that climate change is the greatest threat to children's health and well-being. And I want to add and well-being, because it's not only the indicators of health, it's the overall pursuit of happiness and the sense that you can have a fulfilling life and a fulfilling future to your descendants. I feel so proud of the moment that we're in at the EPA. I lead the Office of Children's Health Protection, and our main focus is both internally and externally raising awareness about the, not only raising awareness, I should talk more about that, but about the importance of children's environmental health. We have come out with a report last year that I want to talk about, because it talks about children's health and climate change and well-being. We make very strong linkages between children's health and academic performance, linkages between children's health and lost future income as a result of heat experienced in school settings. Very interesting information. I would like to see, kind of when I dream up what I'd like to see a child-centered approach and a social equity lens through which we look at climate solutions. People sometimes tell me, well, we're protecting the general population, we're protecting children because children are part of the general population. Well, children are not little adults. Children are uniquely vulnerable to environmental harm. Children are physiologically different from adults. They have behaviors that distinguish them from adults, and all of these are very important when you think about the life of a child and the life stages that they live through. There's critical windows of vulnerability and susceptibility to environmental harm, and we know a lot about those already, quite a bit about those, but I don't think we know enough about them in the climate change setting and climate change as an overall threat. I see that we have a lot of work to do, and particularly with this investment, trying to loop it back, David. So we'd like to see requests for help from communities to work on children's health issues. Either directly, exclusively children's health issues, or or community health issues where children's health are a priority.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who's been a part of this event. To be on stage with you guys is actually very inspiring. Gaurav and Tamara, actually, let me get it right. It's just been really amazing to see you guys here, David, Grace as well, because, you know, I've wanted to be, for the longest time, a climate doctor. I have a whole podcast on the climate doctor, no MD. And, you know, I really want to touch on Gaurav's point about health as being so important as somebody who, for the longest time, I always wanted to do climate policy. And I had this on the side, an interest in health. And for the longest time, it seemed like I couldn't bridge them together. But over time, I actually got to see how, like, oh, wait, this is the way that I know that I want to do something in climate policy. Because for the longest time, I'm from Hyde Park. I'm here in Boston, neighborhood with predominantly people of color, immigrants as well. And I come from a household that's very real about topics or things that are pressing. And that's the key, like what's pressing. And we talk so much about how we can engage these communities on climate action, on climate policy, introduce them to sustainability. And these are policies that would actually, like we've talked about, my peers here have talked about, improving their lives. Like it would genuinely make their lives better. But why don't we see the engagement that we think? Mm-hmm. And it comes back to that issue of what's pressing. My family, my mom, who's immigrant from Nigeria, is very real in that we have bills to pay. We have other things to worry about. And how can we meet people where they are such that there's this tension? I want to get you to understand that climate change is a really important issue, but I know that you're really concerned about the fact that you have to pay for your medication. And there's a tension that makes it really hard to communicate to people, coming from my background, why we should see climate change as something, or even a policy that's going to benefit them as something that's like something to get excited about. And you know, even though I'm on the National Environmental Youth Advisory Council, I have to be careful and say that my ideas are representing my personal opinions. And I don't want to get in trouble, please. But I do really want to talk about this idea that I've really been supporting, is the idea of the establishment of local environmental youth advisory councils. It's something that gets at, there's a big concern with the youth population in general. How do we engage them on climate action? And when I'm representing my neighborhood and people who look like me, my perspective has always been, these are people who are struggling to pay bills. They want to go to school. It's not that they don't want to go to school. It's not that they don't care about climate change. They just don't have the bandwidth to. Mm-hmm. And so with the local environmental youth advisory council, it's kind of, well, there's some youth community organizing principles in there of employment to actually, and then train these youth to not only be resource liaisons for the community for whatever government policies that, like, we have the billions of dollars with a B, liaisons for these billions of dollars, but also to just gather community ideas, kind of be like a sponge for all the topics. If somebody comes to them and says, oh, hey, I'm really concerned about the fact that it's really hard to send my kid to a good school. How do we then put an environmental health or a climate-friendly policy spin on that, rather than say, yeah, okay, I know you want to send your kid to Harvard, but you really got to start using solar panels. Like, you know, it's like, how do we get at what they really see as pressing, while also communicating that climate change is something that not only is affecting you, but the policies that we're developing to address that can also address what you see as pressing. So that's just always been my perspective. And I guess I want to return to that health piece aspect of it, because even when we know the data, we know what could be very catastrophic in terms of the consequences for entire populations of people, entire livelihoods. But health is really important because it personalizes it on a way that we couldn't, I believe, and if we just stick to the numbers, because a number can only tell you so much. I think it's the way our mind is set up, where after 1,000 or 1,000,000 people displaced because of a certain extreme weather event, it's like, okay, what's the difference between 1,001 and 2,000? After a certain point, numbers start to blur in their meaning, in the impact. And so I think it's really important for us in whatever we're doing to really get at how do we relate to people on an everyday basis, and health is just a big one, because who doesn't care about their health? So the gaps that I'm really interested in us bridging, whether it's in my role as a science policy communicator on the National Environmental Youth Advisory Council, is getting people to understand, again, that this climate change, yes, is something that you should care about, but we're not just trying to force this down your throat and ignore all the very pressing issues. Matter of fact, you tell us all your pressing issues, and we'll put an environmental health spin on it.
So let me follow up with you, and then I'm going to go back down the row on. You've all framed really important, interesting, difficult challenges. So I want you to paint a picture of overcoming those challenges, what you have seen that's been successful to overcome those. And you've already started it, which is you have to make climate change and health-related climate change meaningful. But can you tell us a little bit more, like on the ground, how have you done that?
Starting with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we kind of like want to go for like the big knockout punch, but sometimes it's really little like well-placed jabs that really do the job. For example, I'm a volunteer in my local church, and I'm often talking with people who don't necessarily are super engaged in climate action, climate policy at all. And for example, Boston is a place where we're used to getting a lot of snow in the winter. And just having a conversation with somebody, I remember a couple weeks ago, where he's from the Cape Cod area, and he's talking about how we're so used to getting a lot of snow there that whatever you guys get in Boston, oh, we can't even get out the house. And I was like, yeah, it's been like, I don't know if you noticed, but like, it's really interesting that last couple of years, we haven't gotten that much snow. And he's like, yeah, that is kind of weird. And it's like those type of conversations that we look at, and it's like, okay, but did he really get the point that like maybe there's a reason why all of a sudden we haven't had a major snowstorm in like the last 2.5 years? But I like that approach of getting people to understand that, wait, this is weird, and this is something that isn't something, or this is something that we can talk about. And then the next step from there is, okay, next time I see him, it's like, hey, so I remember last time we were talking about the fact that, it's kind of weird that we haven't had a snowstorm in a while. Mm-hmm. I wonder what that means for like, in general, when you're trying to commute. Does it mean it's going to be really hot in the summer? Because in the winter, we're not getting enough snow. What does that mean for the summer now? And it's those type of conversations with people, those one-to-one conversations that really get people thinking like, wow, this is something that is pressing. So that's just a conversational approach to it.
No, critically important. Grace?
Yeah, one thing that I've seen happen in the last maybe 3-4 years that it's very refreshing is that I feel like at EPA we're no longer talking down to communities. There is a much more rigorous and robust understanding that that we need to be doing a lot more listening. In reference to the National Youth Environmental Advisory Council, for example, I feel very strongly that one area of hope or optimism is really listening to youth, really understanding what are their concerns, what they think are the solutions, and having a real conversation about how those solutions can be implemented and at what level and what part of the organizations and so forth. I think another element that I'll throw into this mix is what we at EPA have been calling cumulative impacts, which is kind of looking at the full, the total cumulative exposures that an individual might be or a community might be experiencing, and not trying to tease out chemical by chemical, but looking at the entire impact and acknowledging that, something might not be statistically significant over here, but there is an experience that is important and that needs to be factored into the actions that are being taken. I feel like there's a lot of space to grow in that area as it relates to both chemicals and non-chemical stressors and as it relates to climate change. So for me, those things are intertwined. And again, I stress climate solution must be in the mindset of children's health. I feel like that's really the true sustainability.
Yeah, so we're doing it in three different buckets. One, and this kind of connects to some of the points that were earlier raised. We have so I'm the Community Engagement Core Director for our Superfund Center here at Harvard. And it's been an interesting experience because initially when I approached this role, I was thinking of not wearing the hat of my kind of lived experience. And yet I was led in this direction. I really appreciate your point about like sometimes it is very personal, like connecting the dots with my personal experience of my church was a space in which people weren't really interested necessarily in climate at the time that we started talking, but became a space where they run a social justice institute, and they have a children's summer camp that has been running for years now. And they asked us, well, do you all have content for us? We're really interested in exposing the kids over the summer to climate change. They are interested in it, they want to learn more. Can you develop a curriculum around this? So we did that, and this past year we ran this curriculum, and the kids were really interested in two parts. One was around kind of thinking about sea level rise, and we went out to Spectacle Island, and they had a chance to kind of test that out and also look at different types of exposures that can happen due to sea level rise, which kind of connected dots with things that may impact their health. So they became really interested in that. But the other piece, and this actually, we're doing it again, so it will be year 3. It's coming up in July, and our team is, I would say this is one of the highlights of the lab that I run. We have students join in and so on. I'm trying to get others here on the panel to come and join us this summer. But it's a highlight because they lead this effort. And one of the things they wanted to do, thinking about solutions, is thinking about the role and the importance of science communication, which we often don't teach. We don't really teach it very much in K through 12. We don't really teach it very much in much of our graduate school education, and yet this is what the students wanted to do. They wanted to develop public service announcements. I will say these middle schoolers and late elementary schoolers were phenomenal at developing these public service announcements around climate change and climate action and what can you do. And they got to develop this and then share it with their parents and their families and other community members as a part of their kind of end of term project during this past summer. So this next summer is all about, this upcoming year is about science communication and how we can use that for solution building. Again, these are elementary school students and middle schoolers, so that was terrific. But another thing, again, remember my lens is very much as a scientist and as an academic, is how do we improve the training that we have for scientists? How can we make scientists feel more confident and comfortable about doing community engaged research? How can we use a fuller array of our statistical tools and other devices to do more robust work? And so through our Harvard NIEHS P30 Center, we launched this environmental justice boot camp, and it's in partnership with a number of other centers around the country. But it's a 2-day workshop that really brings together scientists, last year I think we had folks attend from Washington State Department of Public Health, as well as folks who were attending as academics and people that came as far as Thailand to attend this 2-day workshop to learn how can you build in more robust science that really not only engages. I think oftentimes when we talk about community engagement, we still, I really appreciate your point, Grace, like we still have this kind of, hierarchy that we use. How do we do this better? And so really leveraging and developing that. And I'll end with the intervention development piece. So I get to work with an amazing research team, among who Dr. Katie Tomshow who's here in this audience, leads this effort around interventions that are developed, recognizing that medical school and nursing school education has very little educational resources around climate, climate education, particularly that's patient-facing. And frankly, there's very little environmental health at large in the medical school and nursing school curricula. And so how can we, through continuing medical education, continuing education, really robustly increase and improve training around some of these efforts? And we're doing this looking at petrochemicals, which of course are contributing to climate change, and have seen real improvements in environmental health literacy. And that's another entry point in being able, again, in the context of health being the human face of climate change, a real entry point in being able to see change and solutions happening as people engage with their clinicians, and hopefully this has an opportunity to improve health.
I'll maybe just put the framing of community organizing out there, and really, Osa Seneca's comments really resonated a lot, and I'll tell you, in 2017, was feeling overwhelmed with the state of the world and took Marshall Ganz's course, which a lot of people here know about. And Marshall is a Harvard Kennedy School professor who worked in the civil rights movement, worked with Cesar Chavez, organizing farm workers, and has, I think, a pretty extraordinary framework that he didn't invent, but he has brought to this community here about how to approach community organizing, which is different than advocacy, right? And it is to the point that Osa made, is that people live thinking about the issues that are pressing in their lives, and there are values that are embedded in that. And that, again, felt very connected with what the kind of doctor I wanted to be. I want to take care of patients so that I'm worthy of their trust in the clinic, and I want to make sure that I'm in their communities and understanding all the things that are descending upon their health. And to be brief about it, the GANS model starts with values, saying them out into the world. I would argue, actually, the most potent tool we have, Grace, is love of child. I actually think it's the most potent force in the world, and think about all the things working against us, and I would argue that that one thing is a thing that binds us all together and has more power than we name. But you start from the values. You have to do deep work of storytelling that often elicits emotion and brings people together. You build relationships, you build leadership structures, you build power together. And that, I hope, I think that framework has really resonated with me to speak to a lot of what Osa Seneca said, is that the values that I think people are extraordinary. I think people are so capable and are living lives where they are taking care of the things that they love and care about. And I know, we all know, all of us in the audience here know that climate is the middle of all of that, right? But if you don't do that ground up work, and then you get really strategic and you get very tactical and you got to win the campaign, you got to pass the bill, all of that. I mean, I want to highlight the importance of that. But for me, that has really been captivating to use that kind of model. For us, we created a fellowship. Pedro Stojcic and I created a community organizing fellowship for health professionals around the country. We've had 3 years of that, 40 fellows a year, doctors, nurses, social workers, groups of 3 that come together that say, we want to increase tree canopies in urban heat islands. We want to decarbonize our hospitals. We want to have new food systems, all the rest, right? And we don't feel like, we feel overwhelmed, we feel paralyzed, and we want to build that power with our communities. And so this fellowship, we studied it. Before the fellowship, 37% of people said, I know how to implement climate solutions in my community. After it, 92%. And again, I would maybe highlight, again, there's a lot of complexity, a lot more I could say about this, but a thing that we've been trying to teach these doctors, nurses, social workers, hey, don't be Dr. Fix-It and just go in to everyone's point here and I'm gonna just save everything and fix everything. A lot of the work was slowing down, having humility, listening, and building relationships. Us in medicine, we haven't been trained, we haven't done the work sometimes to really build those trusting relationships with the communities we serve. So it's just all of it all together, and I think that doesn't slow us down. It builds our power, and it allows us to move in a durable, urgent way into the future.
Awesome. We're going to come back to that. Several of you have raised questions about trust, and we're going to come back to that because there's several awesome questions in here about trust. But the first group of questions that I want to get to, and this is it's not quite speed round, but it's fast round. So answer with a couple sentences. And I'm going to read the questions to you, and there are a group of ones that are essentially, the crowd is yearning for EJ, environmental justice success stories. Where has it worked? So here's one to Gaurav's point about how does it affect people's daily lives. Are there examples where IRA, but I'm going to expand it to the work that you're doing, IRA or not, IRA efforts affects individuals' pocketbooks. Like EV buses are great, but does the individual see the direct benefit to them? Maybe health, maybe economic. Thank you, Mark. Can any of you share examples of a project supported by IRA funds or other things in your work that advance EJ? What gaps did it address? Thank you, Shruti. Oh, Anne, it says, I submitted a question. Did I receive it? No. What's your favorite EJ, except that one? Very paradoxical question there. What's your favorite EJ success story from IRA or others or other broader suite of Biden, EJ, or other policies? We're going to get to the trust questions next, but let's start from the middle out. Tamara?
You would start with me, wouldn't you, David? I mean, so I'm not necessarily ready for this question yet.
Hey,
I can
So if you want to go first, feel free to go.
I have one. So we've been focusing on schools, all right? So schools as safe environments for children, and the capacity that we have for school infrastructure to serve as almost like a safe place, right, for the whole community. So like practically speaking, to answer the question, we've been giving money to specific school districts to develop action plans for how am I going to turn my school into a climate-ready environment. And that could take many different forms, regardless, where you are in the country. Geographically, that might differ. But that's kind of a basic idea that's out there. And I think, I talk about schools, but this could also relate to child care centers. Maybe not so much with the same level of organization nationally, but it's applicable as well.
Could I give a quick one?
Go ahead.
So Boston Medical Center, I think, is like a pioneer in sustainability efforts around the world. It's really a model that a lot of us are trying to live up to. So my friend Anna Goldman runs this Clean Power Prescription Program, where she's the sustainable medical director of sustainability and climate there. Said, listen, BMC's investing into clean energy, getting clean energy into the grid here. Utilities are buying it from them. They're doing a great job of that. But she said that's not enough. We've got to use this program to help people build wealth, our patients. And so they, through IRA funds, I think it was 60% was covered through IRA funds, to create this program, Clean Power Prescription, where they're not only putting that clean energy in the grid and selling it to the utility, but the utility is giving that money back to BMC, and they're using that money to take $50 off energy bills for up to 100 families a year. They're piloting it now. It's been a model, I could say, in the hospital sustainability world. It's become kind of a game changer. We're working through stuff like that, but the IRA allowed that to happen, and that's a big deal.
Great. Either Tamara or Seneca.
Installing air filters to improve their air quality in community centers, for example. That has been work that has occurred recently.
Any others? Because I'm
trying to think of
I can
other
jump
ideas.
in too.
Sure.
And there's another, Hannah just had a late-breaking question, which asks for more specifics about IRA funding. So just a couple, and there are so many more of these, but one example, and some of these have not happened yet. The money is getting out the door, but the intention, the design is such that, and some of them, the money is out the door. So clean school buses, $5 billion nationwide to replace thousands of school buses, old diesel buses. And I've been to communities that already have them. The kids love them. The kids will comment on how the buses don't smell. Drivers love them because they're quiet and they don't smell. I mean, just think about a driver who's in a bus all day long, breathing in. We know that diesel emissions get into the buses. And those are targeted for low-income rural communities. They've been placed in communities where there are high asthma rates. And I know that you have a team, Karen Nadeau just was part of one of the many authors that shows the economic impacts of trading in these buses because of lower health costs and things like that. That's one. Another is not necessarily climate related, but this morning I just came from a fantastic event up in Lowell. Lowell, Lawrence, and Clinton just got $7 million from brownfield funds, also bipartisan infrastructure law. And basically, these address contamination in these old mills that you see and other industrial facilities that you see all over New England that are now blights, and they're public safety problems. They're not as bad as Superfund, but they're bad, and they're terrible in a community. These funds is like the EPA is the first dollar catalyst that goes in to clean them up. So a city, a state, a developer can come in to redevelop it, make something great in a community. And again, these communities are generally communities with environmental justice concerns. Solar for All, Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, $27 billion, where each of the candidates had to have a very clear direction on how these funds were going to go to communities and, in fact, lower bills by, I think it's $350 million a year, so that's going to be quite tangible. You know, the list is long, 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 and will get longer as these dollars get out the door. Okay, should we go to trust? Because I see that we're coming down on time.
While you look that up, David, I don't think we should forget to mention the lead pipe replacement program.
Go for it.
Just because that's kind of massive. Of course, that's replacing old lead pipes, drinking water pipes that are everywhere around the country. I do not actually know whether that's going to increase water bills or decrease water bills.
In some areas it will, and in some it won't. But
there's a
$15 billion with a B is going nationally to replace these pipes. Right. And I love that you brought that up, even though it's not climate related directly, it's environmental justice related. I'm lucky enough to go to these kind of events where we're announcing these kinds of things. And I was at an event in Fall River where they were removing pipes, and I saw the mother of this child, 2-year-old or so, standing in the window watching as this pipe gets replaced. Of course, the kid is paying attention to the backhoe. But my envision, the bubble over the mother's head was, we don't have to worry about giving our kid a glass of water anymore. I mean, that's huge. And when you talk about the kind of lived experience, how people in communities all over this country experience how they connect with the environment. That's one example. Okay, let's get to trust. Are there, and this doesn't necessarily do it directly, but you can imagine why. Are there examples of making the process of IRA grant applications more accessible to local communities? Access to renters, removing language barriers, help in submitting forms or navigating opportunities. That's from Zaina. I hope I pronounced that correctly. How does the EPA build trust in working relationships with underserved communities that have experienced environmental harms for decades, especially those whose calls for justice have historically gone unnoticed, and I should also say, by federal agencies like the EPA? Okay, all right. So all of you have talked about trust, building trust in both your work and in work related to the EPA and other federal agencies. So let's start.
I think I can jump in on one thing, on the applications, because I think we've heard a lot about this concern that, applying for a federal grant is so complicated, and it really is. But I wanted to offer that there was a lot of public comment taken when we were designing the climate change community grants. And one of the features that I personally liked a lot is that you can actually submit an oral. You don't have to actually write anything down. You can actually record it and submit it. That can be your application. I thought that was unique.
Yeah,
I've never heard that before. And of course, there's also these TICTACs, which are these, forgive me, technical
community assistance centers.
Thank you. I should know that more than you. But these are centers that are assisting not only for EPA grant makers, but for all other federal grants.
Let's jump in. Do you want to talk a little bit about the TICTACs?
Oh man, I love talking about the TICTACs idea. So we have, I think we have 16 TICTACs.
Anyone who loves talking about a federal acronym, I just love that.
I think we have 16 TICTACs in all EPA regions, and it does. First of all, I love the question about how do we engage with these communities that have been, their cries for justice have been ignored for so long, and I think a big part is establishing physical presence, because I know no one doubts like the fact that these grants are there to help these people, but it's more of like, how do we know that this isn't something that's performative? And I think a big part of that is letting people know that you're a real person, if that makes sense. Like, how does a whole government organization, it's not a person, how does it get to the personal level? And I think a big part of that is with these Tic Tacs, having either, I don't know, the EPA, for example, is not an indefinite organization, but if there was a way to somehow have EPA youth community, or sorry, I already went ahead of myself, youth, EPA community liaisons in each community, such that they were able to go to every socialization hub in the community and talk about the ways that there's this grant money available, there's this application, there's a mobile app that we could use such that we could kind of stream or that we could quickly get a lot of ideas. I think it's very important to have a representative there because I think sometimes it gets lost in the bureaucracy when there isn't somebody who is there who is specifically trained to not only tell them about whatever is available from the federal level, but also like whatever you tell me, actually there's something going to be done with it, and you can find me at this location, which is like near your house on a regular basis. So I think that's something that's really interesting.
Awesome. Could I just make one point? I think this is a place where like institutions and universities play a big role. If I'm not wrong, I think Salata has tried to do this. I've certainly seen like group projects where students, I think this is, I mean, faculty, let me not take my own responsibility out of here, but faculty, students, we say, let me be a liaison. We write grants here, that we do that, and we can be those human faces. I mean, number one, we should make these grants more accessible and easier, period. But we can also, these are ways to speak to the students in the audience and the faculty here as well. We can do some of that work as well to bridge the accessibility of being able to apply for this money.
Right. I mean, I think one of the other points, and this was raised earlier, is in the context of trust, anytime there's like a sense of hierarchy, it's really frankly divisive. Like, you're the scientist or you're the academics, and you continue to use your jargon. Like, I really appreciate this point about, climate change. If I go and I talk to the community, partners that we have, and I use the jargon of, various terms from epidemiology or climate change and so on, people don't quite connect the dots that like, oh, the reason why asthma, like everybody has asthma in this community, or know somebody who has, repeatedly had to go to the hospital, or, people have had to deal with like heart disease and so on. Like, and if you could actually make it, take out the jargon, remove all of that, maybe climate change feels very political somehow. Okay, let's take that out. And like, we can just talk about what's impacting that particular community. And we can get rid of like the really highly descriptive technical language and make it real for people. And that's one thing that I will say, I really appreciate it about participating in, in developing this program with our community partners around the, what really is intended to be a pipeline creating program. But it's also intended to be, being able to make it work for people and for them to say to us, you made science real for us. You made Harvard real for us. Like that, like we walked away with that quote, for them, and it's not performative because we're continuing the relationship, the partnership. And I think there's a lot of times where we kind of zoom in and then jump back out again. How do we recognize that to build trust means that we have to take the time to build relationship? And that's in direct competition with oftentimes what we have to do as academics, where we have a 5-year grant, we have a deadline, we have all of these different things. How do we, make space to develop relationships with folks?
I wanted to jump in really quick because Tamara just brought up a great point about jargon. And this is something that, so as of last year, I was at a Data for Progress. They had a quarterly consortium meeting, and they were talking about how we have here environmental justice, and 50% of whatever the polling survey group was, but 50% of people don't even know what the term environmental justice means. And we're trying to talk about this is great policy. It's going to be very just and environmental justice. You are an environmental justice community, and we're already losing them. So I think I just really wanted to emphasize that really quick, the importance of talking to people in the language that they speak.
Thank you for that. That's great, and it's a great segue to our last quick questions. Now, these are going to be speed round, and we are going to do a little bit of audience participation here. But so the challenges that we've been talking about in this session, sometimes they feel, and the whole issue, the context of the issue, what's happening in the issue, the politics of the issue, feel incredibly overwhelming and daunting. But we all know we can't slow down. There's an urgent crisis that we're dealing with. And so I want to hear from each of you really quickly. So like boom, boom, boom. What is it that gives you optimism and hope for the future so that we can solve these issues, these systemic issues, and rewrite the wrongs of generations that we've been talking about? Garb?
I think we love kids so much, and we are in the middle of a clean energy transformation. 84%, the work that David's describing, it's happening. We have to like use the energy of that to propel forward. We've got to go way harder, faster, but it's happening.
Right. Tamara?
I've been amazed by the very steep increase of interest in the area of environmental justice, across the board with respect to academics. There's a real push for change in this space, and that's synergistically happening with our push and desire to really do something about the ongoing climate crisis.
Right. Grace?
I come back to what I said earlier. When I look at my kids, they understand these things. They understand them, and at a different level than I ever did. I studied them, and then I applied them. So I think that we need to be listening more to what their ideas and solutions are.
I think for everybody needs to tap into something a little bit more. I think when I look at what gives me hope, for me, it's faith. I know that I'm trying my best, but even if there's something that comes out of this or outside of this world, and so that's where my faith comes from, that I'm gonna do well, and I can't grow weary in doing well. Even if at the end of the day, I can look and say, wow, I wish I had done more, I have to understand that I did what I could, so.
Awesome. Okay, here's where all of us are gonna take. I'm gonna ask everybody, and you all too, close your eyes, and you're gonna take 30 seconds to think. The question was environmental justice, however that's meant. Is it working? I want you to think 20 years in the future. Assume all of this has gone great, we've implemented all these kinds of things. What does that future look like in which there is justice in this environmental dimension? So ready? I'm gonna time you all too. So you got 30 seconds. Go. Close your eyes. All right.
It's time to wake up.
Go ahead, let's start.
We have healed our relationship to each other, to the earth, and future generations. We see each other as interconnectedness and common humanity.
It's a nice vision.
I love how many words you had. I had pictures. So the image I want to paint is one where we have green space for all. We have created technology that can absorb the toxicity in the air, and we've decided as a society we are not going to continue to invest in things that are harmful and polluting both ourselves and the rest of the world.
I went to data for some reason. I would like to, or I imagine that the incidence or the burden of disease is just way down, and that these discrepancies or disproportionate impacts that exist between people don't exist anymore.
Mine is thinking about 20 years from now, we're having something like this where instead of talking about the things that the gaps and things that we still need to do, we're celebrating achievements. Look at all these, that question about all these success stories, where are they? It's really still weighing on me because I feel like they're not enough yet. And so that's something that I wish we could be celebrating.
Mine is, I keep going back to, I went to public school and stood on a street corner as the really stinky school bus came by. And so my vision is like kids and their parents waiting for the school bus and they're not even thinking about what the air smells like. That would be a vision I'd have. Everybody who thought one, which is you, and if you're on the app, can you add that to the Q&A? Just add the sentence of what you were thinking. That would be great to have that as an outcome of this panel. And so with that, I just want to thank Osa Senega, Grace, and Tamara, and Gaurav. Thank you so much. Awesome. And thank you to the Salata Center for making this happen. Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you. Please make your way to your breakout sessions. Volunteers are available to help direct you to your location. Please take your seats and silence your phones as we begin our next session. Please welcome the moderators for our next session, Professor Jody Freeman and Professor Richard Lazarus, and our panelists, Victoria Arroyo, Associate Administrator for Policy, United States Environmental Protection Agency, Greg Dotson, Professor of Law, University of Oregon School of Law, and former Chief Counsel, Senate EPW, former Senior Environmental Counsel to Henry Waxman, Abigail Dillon, President Earth Justice, Roger Martella, GE Vernova's Chief Sustainability Officer, Head of Engagement, Government Affairs and Policy, and Group Vice President. Mary Nichols, Distinguished Counsel, Emmett Institute on Climate Change and the Environment, and former Chair of the California Resources Board. And Donald Verrilli, Partner, Munger, Tolles & Olson, and former Solicitor General of the United States.
Well, thank you so much. We are absolutely delighted to be here. We've got a great topic, and that U.S. climate law in the next 5 years, a terrific panel, and Jody and I are not going to waste any time. You've got their bios. It's a wonderful group, and we want to get right on to the questions and the discussion. So, Jody.
So, Abby, you're president of one of the most important and influential environmental advocacy groups. Mary, you have been one of the most influential regulators leading the California Air Resources Board on climate. From your perspective, thinking of next steps, what do you think are some of the obstacles or challenges to making even more progress on climate? Abby, let me start with you.
Well, I hesitate to say this in front of Mary, who has executed some of the most inventive policy design triumphs. But I think of all the challenges, logistical, economic, social, the greatest challenge in the US has been our politics. And after decades, really, of being largely stuck nationally, national climate policy is unstuck. We have a president in office who ran for the first time on a climate-centered platform. We've passed historic investments that are building a new clean economy. We've seen this past spring an outpouring of regulations of the sort I've never seen in my 25-year career. And all of those, I think, really promise to drive solutions to the demand side of our fossil fuels problem. And yet, for all this momentum, which, by the way, is driving more momentum in the States, we're seeing incredible innovation and ambition there. For all that momentum, I think this election year makes clear that we haven't solved the great politics challenge. And so when I think of the overarching necessity that we have to face head on, it is organizing big, durable, politically salient majorities who are demanding climate action. And I think that's going to be the only antidote to what I fear is the biggest emerging roadblock to moving as quickly as we must, which is the conservative majority of the Supreme Court.
Well, we will surely get to that. If not this round, certainly the next question. But Mary, let me give you a shot.
Well, I certainly would endorse everything that Abigail said, but I would add to that, you know, after more than 50 years, a little bit more than 50 years, after the great leap forward in US policy on air, water, environmental protection generally, I think that we may have run out of steam in the sense that many people believe that the job has pretty much been done, that there isn't a need for immediate action on all of these fronts, even though at every level we need to be rethinking policy with the lens of climate, always what we're looking through. But if you look at waste, if you look at clean water, you look at any aspect of our lives, our material lives that is affected by climate change, and you say, are we working on this issue in a comprehensive way? Are we thinking about it in a holistic way? Are we doing what needs to be done? The answer is no, we're not. And so it really is, in many ways, one of those moments where maybe we have a chance because we know that the 20-somethings, 30-somethings are either in despair or deepest anger about the failure to deal with climate change. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I meet who tell me that they fear, for the future. And so I think it's up to all of us to be out there trying to figure out the broadest, most comprehensive things that we can possibly do.
What else? Greg, can you chime in? What are your...
I have to agree with Abby. I think polarization is our biggest challenge. I look back and I think 2007, 2008 was sort of the high watermark of political consensus in some ways. We passed the Energy Independence and Security Act, which was crafted with climate in mind. And we haven't really seen quite that same thing again in a substantive way. I mean, former Speaker Newt Gingrich sat with Nancy Pelosi on a couch saying we have to address climate change. Both Barack Obama and Senator McCain ran for president endorsing climate action. And since 2011, we've just seen a real retrenchment and polarization, and we have to overcome that.
I worry about capital, the amount of capital the transition will take, trillions of dollars of capital needed to deploy clean energy, and who's going to finance that? It seems to be beyond most governments. How do we unleash private capital? And having said that, Roger, do you have any insight into that?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting the private sector to be here, part of Harvard Climate Action Week. I appreciate it. And I think the good news is that I'm seeing the same momentum and transformative era of action when it comes to many decades of talk. These last couple years, starting with the Inflation Reduction Act, we're seeing a realignment with the private sector, where the private sector is stepping up and taking the lead to, whether you call it climate change, energy security, innovation and technology, American competitiveness, to solve for solutions that get us to the same place when it comes to climate change. So I'm concerned about the polarization part. I'm worried about losing this momentum. I'm worried about losing the certainty. And from my standpoint, the key to this is to make this as apolitical as possible. You can talk about climate change, you can talk about energy security, jobs, manufacturing, competitiveness. I think we have to emphasize that all of these themes are working. This policy is the envy of the world. I'm traveling all around the world this week, and everybody will come up to me and ask, how do they replicate in other countries what we're doing here? Not only because of the climate change benefits, but because of the economic benefits that the rest of the world's seeing. We have to maintain that certainty.
Others? Don, do you see, you'll get a chance for sure to talk about the Supreme Court in detail, but do you see any other obstacles?
Well, so, in terms of overcoming obstacles, one thing, we will talk about this more later with the Supreme Court, but the idea of big legislation that focuses on investment rather than regulation, just because investment is a lot harder to challenge in court. And so even thinking back to the legislation that was spurred by the financial crisis, there was a lot of significant, as you know much better than I, significant amount of forward-thinking climate change initiatives baked into that A, hardly anybody noticed, and B, was relatively invulnerable to legal attack. And so as compared to some of the stuff we'll talk about later that I ended up having to defend and think about, that seems to me strategically like appropriate emphasis.
Yeah, I want to follow up on one thing that Abby said, and that is, I agree. I mean, the politics, I think, are critical here. The private sector can play and is playing a very significant positive role, but we do need Congress. They're Article 1 for a reason, and we can't spend our way out of everything here politically. It allows us to avoid the filibuster if you can get through the germane test. But we need politics. We need to somehow align things again. And if you have any advice on how that can happen, it's sort of that question. There's also a question which I think you and I have talked about and others have talked about, and that is there seems to be not complete recognition by people who care about climate about how much the administration has done, and that worries about getting vote out. And there appears to be, again, this is anecdotal just from the newspapers, some sense that although a lot of significant parts of the private sector are seeing this as an economic opportunity to participate in the transition, there are others which are seeing an opportunity for major deregulation, and they'd be throwing their weight in favor of a new administration precisely because they're making overt promises to cut back. Does anyone see it, Abby, others? I mean, you must spend a lot of time thinking and worrying about this. Breaking the logjam, or is it just sort of hopeless for now?
I don't think we can concede the ground. We can't, for all the reasons that you just said, and I absolutely agree that we are seeing a failure of communication about what has happened. I think part of it, and I know we'll get to this, is a chilling effect of the Supreme Court, so that there's a reluctance to talk about all of the amazing things that Vicki and her colleagues have been doing at EPA to complement the investments. And so as a result, you have a very disaffected voter base, especially the young people who've been making dispositive change in Congress. You know, there is the potential for Democrats to pull off a trifecta if people show up. And by exercising that muscle that Congress can act, will act, if we elect climate leaders, I think it would really shift the assumptions about what's possible in the US, so I don't give up.
One of the things that I see that's quite hopeful is there's a bit of genius built in, more than a bit of genius built into the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill, and that is you're driving a political constituency to support these subsidies, tax credits, and incentives. In other words, if you wind up financing some battery manufacturing plants in some red states, you're building a new political constituency, maybe among some red state job promoters and folks who care about jobs, but also perhaps among labor. And so you might be, through this particular legislative strategy, building a political constituency, and also you're aligning with industry and market trends. And so if everybody rows in the same direction in these sectors that matter, transportation and power and oil and gas, maybe we can make progress through a kind of new alignment. Does that sound too optimistic?
Well, it sounds unrealistic in the sense that we're talking about two different things here. One is what's happening in the real world, where lots of good stuff is happening. Good investments are being made, the president delivered, more than delivered, you know, industry, business, investors are all interested. And the other is what the public is seeing and feeling. And every poll that I look at suggests to me that people, to the extent that they think that this is an issue at all in the national elections, are mad. They are mad, 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 and they don't think anybody's doing enough. And I too am worried about what the implications of that are going to be. But maybe as somebody who's sort of lived through at least one kind of major change, I see that Congress acts not out of hope and optimism, but when people are mad enough that they bring pressure to bear and insist that something will happen. And so for that reason, maybe I can be optimistic that there could be action taken.
You want to turn to...
Yeah, let's go. So the next topic we want to talk about for a few minutes is focus a little bit on the role of EPA and the role of the courts. So Vicki, from your vantage point, you've been in the current administration from day one, yep. Right? You're on the, what's it called, the landing team at noon, right after the inauguration.
Virtual landing team.
Yeah, virtual landing team. And so you're there on day one, been doing a lot, nonstop. But what more does EPA need to do? What more does EPA need to do to try to really move things forward as quickly, expeditiously as possible? And then separately, Don, you, as SG, you represented EPA, you represented the government in general in the Supreme Court. You did some environmental cases, including some involving climate as well. What do you perceive as the likely role of the court, positive or negative, or ways to try to limit it on the climate? We'll start with you, Vicki.
Okay, so because we often hear people don't know everything that we've done, I want to start with what we're doing, right. What we've done and what we're doing, as well as what we still need to do. And really proud coming back to EPA after many years doing other work, including at the state level, and universities and all that. I was a career person many years ago, and I've always been proud to work at EPA, but this EPA, as you're hearing, is really knocking it out of the park, following the science, following the law, having safe drinking water for people, regulating chemicals that cause cancer. You know, these are popular causes, whether or not they be climate change, but since this panel's about climate change, I do want to focus on the vehicle rules that we've got out. We finalized vehicle rules, new standards for passenger cars, light trucks, medium vehicles, 7 billion tons of cumulative CO2 reductions, economic benefits, including auto manufacturing jobs. So that actually says something about, you know, production across the manufacturing employment across all the states. Heavy duty vehicle standards, avoiding 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions, power plant standards that actually speak to the different statutes and really rely on the different statutory authority, but also tackle the emissions from air pollution associated with existing coal-fired and new natural gas-fired power plants, mercury and air toxics, which obviously cause serious health effects along with other heavy metals, the steam ELG rule, the water rule that strengthened wastewater discharge standards from power plants, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, coal ash standards. So these are real things that benefit people immediately as well as have implications for climate change. We're phasing down super pollutants through the AMAC, the HFCs, which, you know, are very potent. Collectively, we'll be seeing a benefit of 0.5 degrees Celsius from the Kigali and from our commitments on that. So, you know, we're tackling these things in the form of regulation. We did oil and gas last December and have new social cost estimates that show what the cost of inaction are. We've revised those social cost estimates, are pushing those out for others to use as well. We have leaned in on NEPA. So speaking of statutes that passed when people were angry, 1970, the Clean Air Act and NEPA, we are still using NEPA to good effect. We helped to move the Postal Service to go from 10% electric vehicles to over 62% now. So, I mean, EPA is really rocking and rolling. Yes, there's more work to do. We will be issuing a spring regulatory agenda soon, because it's still spring, guys, but not for very much longer. So stay tuned for the details, but, you know, there have been commitments made to deal with existing natural gas. We still have to do more on lead and water, still have to do more on PFAS and Superfund sites and a lot of other work as well, but we're very proud of what we've done so far.
Right. All right, so Don, this is the Supreme Court's month. It's June, and the court is much more in the public limelight than it is historically. They're viewed right now on lots of issues, lots of high-profile issues, including the environment. The last couple of years have been big decisions. Obviously, the Trump immunity issues as well, the ethical issues. So the court is much more in the spotlight than it normally is in terms of political salience. And one big issue is to what extent the court will be an obstacle to the kinds of things that EPA will be doing. Do you have any sense on whether you think the court, based on your knowledge of the court and the justices, which the court has changed a lot since even when you were Solicitor General, of the court's role, whether there'll be an obstacle, whether maybe it's overstated, that they won't be as much, or there are ways to try to frame issues and cases before the court to try to do as best as one can?
Yeah, well, I'd like to be more optimistic about the court and the role it's likely to play here, but unfortunately, I'm not. And as you mentioned, Richard, the court is different than it was when I was Solicitor General. I thought I had an incredibly hard job defending the government's positions in front of the court when I was Solicitor General, including in the environmental area, but for the current administration, it's even harder. And there is this dynamic that it's related to several things been said so far that just plays itself out in a way that makes it very hard in front of the court. And it starts with the congressional gridlock, the inability to actually move substantive regulatory reform as opposed to these kinds of investments, which leads then to the executive branch, to the EPA, trying to be as creative as it can within the framework of existing law to move these really important agendas forward. And that is going to inevitably require some creative reimagining of what the statutes say and what they mean and how they should apply. And that's the very thing that raises this intense suspicion among the conservative justices that the executive branch is not doing its job of enforcing the law, but is actually supplanting the legislature's job and making the law. That was the case when I was SG. It's even more strongly the case now, something that I think probably most of you have heard about, the development of this major questions doctrine that the conservative justices have adopted, which basically says that, you know, if a regulation is addressing a matter of great social or economic or political significance, and so many of the regulations that are going to really matter in this field are going to qualify for that, then the court's going to demand an especially clear direction in the statutory text from Congress in order to uphold those kinds of major regulations. And that really is a weapon in the hands of the conservative justices. They can essentially do whatever they want with that. You know, it's up to them to decide whether the regulation is a major regulation, it addresses a major question or not, and then it's up to them to decide whether the legislative language is clear enough or not. And so they end up having an enormous amount of discretion, which they've already exercised, as everyone has seen, and which I think it's be unwise to predict that they're going to do anything other than continue to exercise it. Now, that doesn't mean that every regulation is vulnerable. Not everything's going to be a major question. The ability to defend the regulations on the basis of statutory texts exists now. You know, that's possible in lots of cases, and the APA has done an extraordinary job in building the kinds of records that one needs to build and doing the kind of analysis that one needs to do to maximize the chances to succeed in court. And although I'm not in the administration now, obviously I don't know what's going on, I feel confident that work like the work we tried to do, actually unsuccessfully, but the work we tried to do in the last year and a half in the Obama administration on the Clean Power Plan, of getting lawyers in the Solicitor General's office and other senior lawyers in the Department of Justice involved during the regulatory process to think through what the challenges would be and whether the program could be adjusted in ways that could minimize those legal risks or at least reduce them to a tolerable level. And that to me was quite an extraordinary process, because you really were in the middle of trying to figure out what kinds of trade-offs in terms of environmental benefits you were willing to accept in order to reduce your legal risk. And how do you figure that all out and come up with a strategy that gets you to a spot where you feel like you're accomplishing enough to really make it worth it, but that you've taken the legal risk down to a place where you think you have some chance of succeeding. And that was really, I found that really challenging process when we were doing it 7, 8 years ago, and it's going to be even more challenging now, but necessary, I think.
Right. So I want to ask just a follow-up question, if I can. Is it just unfortunate happenstance that the court is now hyper-focused on separation of powers, inventing canons like the major question doctrine, or is it actually related to the fact that the government's trying to be more aggressive on certain issues like climate? Is it just coincidence it's happened now? Or I mean, the reason I wonder about that a little bit, but I'm really interested in what you have to think, is that if you look at the conservative justices 20 or 30 years ago, like Justice Scalia, they were very deferential to the government on like the Chevron and other issues. They didn't view this as the need for the court to play this kind of role. But now all of a sudden, it sort of began with the Obama administration. Separation of powers and federalism, or separation of powers became sort of the new tool. Is that just happenstance, or is it, do you think it actually relates, one, to the worry about certain administrations, and two, about environmental in particular?
Yeah, I got too many scars on my back to think it was happenstance. And you know, you're quite right. You know, when you think about the famous Chevron doctrine, which basically gave a lot of deference to administrative agencies to interpret ambiguous statutes in a way that made the most policy sense. That was a conservative idea when it was adopted in the 1980s. It was adopted in part to facilitate the ability of the Reagan administration to loosen up regulation, including environmental regulation. And then it was during my tenure as SG that really just flipped. You know, it had been building for a little while, but it basically flipped. It was, you know, it was very much driven, I think, by considerations of environmental regulation, but not only labor law regulation, other things. But it was just as you said, it was in response to seeing the executive branch trying to be more aggressive about moving public policy forward through executive action. Again, I'm going to go back to the point that to me, it's all driven by congressional gridlock. If you can't get Congress to do anything and you're a president or you're a head of an agency, it's not acceptable to just say to the American people, well, sorry, Congress isn't going to act, so we're just not going to do anything for the next 4 years. You've got to do what you can with the law that you have. But that's the very thing that the court is pushing back against. And I don't think it's ideologically neutral. I don't think so at all.
Yeah, so Jody and then
I want to
Greg.
tell a darker story and see if you all might respond to my darker story, which is, I think the court, if you piece together a series of decisions, not just the, what I would call invention of the major questions doctrine and what looks like this term maybe the demise of the notion that you defer to agencies when statutes aren't clear, that's if they overturn Chevron, but also there's a case we're waiting for called Corner Post that might reopen relitigation of settled rules. We see the court really taking cases on the emergency or shadow docket that are shocking, that maybe they'll impose stays on the methane rule. There's a stay petition now on the power plant rule. It looks like if you piece together a whole bunch of different areas of law and actions by the court, that there's something larger going on, which it's very hard not to think has an anti-regulatory kind of valence, a kind of debilitate government framing to it. Is that an overread? And I'm curious if all of you, especially if you're working in the agency and working in the advocacy community and working in business, and Greg with your experience and Mary with yours, is this sounding like I'm now paranoid or am I onto something?
Greg, why don't you go first?
Well, I don't think you're paranoid at all, Jody. But I think there is an important, another shoe that can fall with this, because this kind of approach by the Supreme Court, they're acting as if they have complete impunity to, that there are no checks and balances. And I think that the reality of it, I worked in Congress for 20 years in both the House and the Senate in senior positions. And as such, I had kind of an institutional view, which is not very popular, but it saw a value in the filibuster. And the filibuster provides stability and durability in our laws. That laws cannot be changed easily or quickly. And that has some real downsides. Like, for example, we didn't pass a climate bill in 2009. And you vote for someone who says they want to pass popular legislation and it doesn't get enacted. But it has a real positive side too, which is the laws that our landmark laws, which have proven to be flexible and effective, have stayed in effect over time. And Congress hasn't been able to mess with them. And I think that without the filibuster, we probably would have lost, there's a chance we would have lost health-based air quality standards, we would have lost the Endangered Species Act, we would have lost authority over greenhouse gases. And so all of that commends the filibuster to me. But this Supreme Court has taken me on a journey. And the reality of it is that if the Supreme Court can now pick out provisions it doesn't like, and under new doctrines just decide that they're invalid, you're not protecting those laws anymore. And I am not the only person, I think, to realize this. I think it goes to the heart of the gridlock that was discussed. And I would not be at all surprised if we see exceptions or relaxations of filibuster rules in the future to address that.
Abby?
I agree it's that dark. If you look at what they've set up over the last several terms, it's really a power grab that's aggregating power to unelected judges, away from an elected president, and I think away from the Congress too. So I agree with everything that you said, Don, and I would make just a little quibble with that it's just congressional gridlock. Clearly, we've taken away the broad mandates of statutes and allowed judges to pick and choose when an executive can use them or not. But going forward, how would we expect any Congress to legislate with the specificity to address the complex problems that only experts can solve? And what this is anti-deregulatory, anti-government expertise. And what that adds up to is an inaction agenda that is wholly politically unaccountable. And you know, to your point, Mary, early on, I think it's going to take lots of people getting very, very angry.
Well, and given lifetime appointments, unless we change the Congress and add members or put term limits on the court, we're going to live with this for another couple decades.
Well, and I don't know if we can live with this for another couple decades, and so court reform or some kind of pressure that will help these justices moderate, I think will be necessary.
Don?
Yeah, you know, the irony of it all to me is that as you introduce this discussion, Richard, with the Chevron doctrine and the idea of deference to agencies, the reason that conservatives, Justice Scalia chief among them, found that attractive was precisely the point that you left policy decisions in the hands of the democratically accountable members of the government, and the people who are elected, who have to face the electorate and answer to their pressures, and you take them away from the judiciary. And it's that's been totally abandoned here with this move away from deference and with this invocation of the major questions doctrine. You know, really, I think what they would say is, well, no, this is the way our government is supposed to work. It's supposed to be really hard to enact legislation. It's supposed to be really hard to regulate, and we're just doing our job here by making it incredibly hard to do any of these things that the public wants. But I think whatever we can do to try to make the pendulum swing back in the direction of democratic accountability is critical, I think, because I do think that's exactly what's going on here. It's completely unaccountable. The justices live in their own world. Some of them may be well informed about these issues, some of them may not, but whether they're well informed or not, they're not the right people to be making these decisions. And that's what our law ought to reflect, and we're not in a place where that's true right now.
Jody.
We've been talking about Congress, and so let's talk about Congress. Roger and Greg, you know, we mentioned, several of you have mentioned now, historic legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, also the infrastructure bill. Some people were really surprised to see this kind of ambitious investment in subsidies, tax credits, and so on in clean technology, but it's a really different legislative approach than we have thought would get through the Congress in the past. We thought we'd maybe cap carbon emissions and create a cap and trade system nationally. People talk about clean energy standards. People talk about a carbon tax. None of it gets through the Congress, but it turns out this, what people call an industrial approach, industrial policy approach, investments, spending money, seems to have succeeded. You, Roger, have been very supportive of this in your role in the private sector. You, Greg, were deeply involved in the IRA, drafting hugely important provisions and getting them over the finish line. What is coming? I mean, this has been viewed as a major accomplishment, and Congress being not gridlocked, getting this done, had to use budget reconciliation, but still, what do you see as possibly coming next? Maybe it depends on the presidential. What do you guys think? Roger, you start, and then Greg.
Well, thank you, and I agree that these policies are working and they're being transformative. This is an exciting time for all of us because we're seeing action on climate change, and you talked about, well, who would have predicted it? It's really interesting because as a country, we have tried all these different climate policies, and when I was general counsel at EPA in the Bush administration, I agree with Greg, it was a different era of collaboration. I helped President Bush write a famous, for him it was a famous climate change speech, and he said climate change policy should have three things. It should be all of the above, tech neutral, it should be private sector led, and it should be incentives based, not sticks. And the Democrats hated it and the Republicans loved it. So then you have I watched them say it in the Rose Garden, then you have the Inflation Reduction Act, and the president invites me, President Biden, to come watch his celebration at the White House. I'm thinking, this is a little deja vu. We have a law now that's private sector led, incentives, all of the above, and incentive based, and all the Democrats love it and all the Republicans hate it now, but we'll put that aside. The reality is the Inflation Reduction Act is working. It's not only working, it's working for climate change, it's working for energy security, jobs and manufacturing, it's working for economic competitiveness and innovation, and it's working with helping compete with other countries around the world. As I said, it's the envy of other countries. So everybody wants to create their own Inflation Reduction Act, so I think it only reinforces kind of the recognition of what we have here. And so our goal is to make sure that the job gets done. One of the things that Congress did that was super smart with the Inflation Reduction Act, it's not only the individual policies and the individual credits, they gave it a 10-year lifespan because these are big scale investments. These are big ticket investments. And you can't make those investments if you think they might go away in a year or 2 years or 5 years or 7 years. You need that 10 years of certainty. And so we have to work with Congress to make sure that they're doing everything they can to send that message of reinforcement, that message of certainty, and that will enable these climate change benefits, these big investments for energy security, and all these things to come. So we're trying to make it very apolitical. We're trying to make sure it resonates with everybody who cares about any of these topics, whether it's climate or energy security, and preparing for a wide range of scenarios because of the strong results it's driving and because of the investments that are being made.
So I'm sure everyone in the audience knows this, but the reason that the IRA was enacted was because it's what they call a budget reconciliation bill. It can spend money, it can take in money. It only requires 50 votes plus a tiebreaker in the Senate to become law, unlike substantive bills that require 60 votes. And so I will make one prediction right now, which I'm completely confident of, regardless of who wins the election, and that is that there will be a major tax legislation passed by Congress in 2025. And the reason for that is because the major portions of the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act expire on December 31st, 2025. Those include marginal rates for individuals, doubling of your tax exemptions or standard deduction, federal deductibility of state and local taxes. A whole lot of provisions go away. Congress will not be able to sit still. Every time Congress has made major tax legislation in recent decades, they've used the budget reconciliation process. So this tool will be front and center in 2025, no matter who wins the election. And who wins the election is going to be really consequential into what that bill ultimately looks like, of course. And so we have had, as Senator Markey said earlier today, we've had former President Trump say he intends to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. Budget reconciliation would be the vehicle to do that. And just to dig down on that for 1 second, the number that was originally cited for the Inflation Reduction Act, $370 billion, about $165 billion of that was appropriations, money provided to the states, they awarded through grants and contracts. Already over half of that money has been obligated, and as much as 90% could be obligated by the end of this year. That money is not going to be, and by obligated it means legally committed to through grants and awards. That money is very hard for Congress to claw back. The rest of it, though, that $205 billion, which could be $800 billion, it all depends on that tax appetite for things like renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. That money is uncapped and will be vulnerable to reconciliation. Those are the tax credits that are very important. And here, I think you don't need a sense of doom. I think back to the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, a bill I was also fortunate to work on, and that bill put about $90 billion into clean energy. In the Tea Party revolution of 2010, Republicans retook the House. They were going to repeal it all, and they were able to repeal almost none of it. The only money we lost was a significant amount of funding for high-speed rail because there were no projects to take advantage of that. But everything else stayed, and that was all because of the robust coalitions that supported the various pieces about it. And so that'll be a key thing to think about should there be a Trump presidency and an effort through the reconciliation process to repeal that money. If there's if President Biden is reelected, then these are 10 years, a 10-year window for spending, but there is no requirement that you wait until that 10 years is over to adjust or re-up or expand. And what the exciting thing has happened here is states have built out the capacity to use these funds. Manufacturers are expanding their capacity. There's a lot of potential opportunities, all of which are probably too early to talk about.
Let me direct this at Vicki, Abby, and Mary as a follow-up to those comments from Roger and Greg, which is, let me introduce this idea. Everybody's celebrating this. It is a tremendous accomplishment, but it's not regulatory. And if you really care about greenhouse gas emissions and controlling them, you have to care about, in some instances, regulating them. So the EPA is busy using Clean Air Act authority. California has been very busy using its state authority. And I wonder what you think of this aspect of things, making sure you have in place some regulatory power that you can use to drive emissions down. Happy to start over with Vicki.
I mean, we're doing both, though. EPA got $100 billion from bill and IRA. So we are not only a regulatory agency, we're an agency that's doing the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund for $27 billion. EJ grants, which the panel before this discussed, which includes a big climate resilience component, which is really important. I know we'll talk a bit about the states, and the states are on the front lines and are already having to make these investments differently. These are enabling communities like Boston, which is very vulnerable to storm surge, sea level rise, et cetera, to try to prepare for that. So who's going to really want to take away that from their own constituents?
Yeah, Abby?
As Roger said, this is an all of the above energy strategy, and so it doesn't self-execute the kind of energy transition that I believe is needed. I would never take back the IRA. I think this injection of investment is doing something that regulations could never do by themselves, but the money needs to be channeled into the right places. And I think the regulatory suite that's been completed in March and April will go a long way toward doing that. But again, it comes back to the courts and whether those channels will hold.
It's not either or. You have to have both. And I think we've seen some wonderful progress being made using the money that has gotten out there, which in turn makes friends and builds constituencies in favor of keeping. It's really hard to take away or claw back money that's ever been put forward. Those kinds of programs are really hard. And I agree that the coalition will come together to save it. But we need trillions. Trillions to solve this problem, not just all from the United States, but from the investment community. We're talking about private sector money mostly, and that needs some kind of structure so that the people who have the money feel confident in investing it in the places where it needs to go. And that is either a tax, a cap and trade program, which is what the Europeans are doing, and the Chinese, by the way, with their power sector, or some other unthought of mechanism at the moment. But you know, it's got to be basically a price on carbon. And the one thing that I know this may sound really ridiculous, but if there is a tax bill, there's a possibility that there might be some little tax on carbon that might find its way into that as well.
Richard, and then I'll come back to Greg.
And that's historically really interesting, right? I mean, the one way we've often gotten these sweeping environmental laws is when industry has needed it. They've needed some kind of law. California starts regulating motor vehicles. They need the Clean Air Act. So don't have to produce 50 vehicles around. People construe the old Rivers and Harbor Act of 1899 to make it unlawful to pollute in waters of the United States. They need the Clean Water Act because there's no permitting system for the other. When the regulating community needs legislation, that's when you know it's going to get through. And then the environmental groups have some leverage to sort of put in at what they want, and with some forgiveness. And what you described on the taxing is interesting to me, because the people all who want those tax breaks and have investment-backed taxation in them, they're going to want a tax bill to get through. They're going to be desperate to get a bill get through. Now, if both chambers of Congress and the presidency is basically controlled by one party, then the leverage is gone. But if they aren't, if there's just one sort of break there, there'll be enormous leverage for people who want those tax breaks returned, and that's when you can start to see something like that got through. The other thing that's interesting to me historically is, and this reminds me of what Roger just said a moment ago about how things had flipped, Democrats, Republicans. In the 1990s, it was people who were deregulatory who used the appropriations process. The statutes were doing their thing, and the one way you could get around them was a budget bill had to pass every year. And you could put an appropriation rider on it, which you had to sign into law because they could not have a budget, which would say, this is not subject to NEPA. This is not subject to the Endangered Species Act. Like the Oklahoma City bombing bill, they needed emergency appropriations, so they put in it to stop protection of the northern spotted owl. And President Clinton had to sign it anyway. And now we've seen now the environmental side is using the appropriation process. It's clearly not the best way to do this thing. It's appropriations rather than authorization. But there's sort of been a flip here. And one thing I wonder about is, if a new administration comes in and they do try to claw things back, they do try to impound funds, there has to be a whole other set of legal issues. And Don alluded to the fact that there's less authority to do it, but there's still some, right? Any idea of what kind of legal issues might come up if President Trump says, I'm going to stop this, I'm going to stop that? I'm going to impound the funds?
Well, you know, there's a little bit of that happening in healthcare with respect to compensation to insurance companies, and they got all kinds of guarantees, and then Congress tried to claw it back, and it was basically, well, no, you can't. You know, this was guaranteed, and this money's committed, and the insurance companies are entitled to it, and so I do think that, you know, there may be some ability for a new administration to take some kind of action, but it'll be really hard, and this is one place where the conservative instincts of the Supreme Court go in the other direction, because it's you know, sanctity of contracts and reasonable investment-backed expectations. That's the kind of music that appeals to conservative justices on the court, and that plays in favor of protecting these kinds of prior commitments.
In this instance, isn't it a little different too, Greg? Maybe you can help here, because is all of this appropriated or rather authorized? And so we may not even get to the impoundment problem. It just may be that they don't write the regs at Treasury that makes available the money, or they don't write the regs where they need to at EPA, so the executive can hold it up without actually impounding it and maybe avoids the Supreme Court. Is that possible?
I think that the appropriated dollars will be very difficult to claw back for all the reasons discussed. And I think that when we're talking about the tax-based provisions, it's not going to necessarily raise the impoundment issues, as you're saying. So, you know, as has been in the press, you know, President Nixon tried to not spend money that Congress did, and Congress passed a law, the Congressional Budget Impoundment Act, and it prevents them from not spending funds Congress provides. So Trump has said, President Trump, former President Trump, has said he intends to ask Congress to repeal that law. Will Congress do that? Congress is good at not doing things. So can I make two other quick points?
Yeah.
One is just the interaction of regulation and financing. As Vicki goes about implementing the laws, oftentimes setting a standard says what's cost effective. And having all these incentives makes more options technically effective and lets you do tougher standards. And I think that's an important interaction between those two. And then the other point about that Mary made about a carbon tax. I mean, this fee did, for the first time, establish a fee on methane emissions, $1,500 a ton, that gas utilities will be paying when they emit methane into the atmosphere, provided that the court doesn't stop it from going into effect. And essentially that was just, it made it through the gauntlet because it was a budgetary measure.
Yeah.
All right, our last topic is looking more to the states and then focusing a little bit more also on the private sector. And the first part is really directed to Vicki, who's did a lot of work on this before EPA. You're doing work on it now as well, and Mary, who's made this her life. I mean, she's sort of she is the pioneer champion of the positive role that states can play on climate. So if you all could talk a little bit about the role of states and what states are doing, to what extent states can play a really important role, regardless of the next administration, or maybe because of a next administration, to fill gaps that might exist. And then some sense more from Roger and Don, if he'd like to participate on this one, on the private sector role. I mean, you paint a really positive picture of the private sector. There's a lot of, distrust too. The private sector seemed to be in favor of the cap and trade program in 2009 until it looked like it wasn't going to pass, and then they quickly said we're no longer in favor of it. So if you could talk about sort of the private sector, whether there's reason for skepticism or optimism, and focus of concern about that, and what you may be seeing, Don. So Vicki, why don't you begin on the states?
So sure, and of course I'm going to defer to Mary because she really is kind of like the mother of so many innovations, including the center that I used to lead at Georgetown. I see Kate here from the Georgetown State Federal Climate Resource Center. We, in those 12 years that I was there, were supporting state environment, energy, and transportation officials in finding ways to reduce their emissions and invest in the clean energy economy for all kinds of reasons, for all the co-benefits, and also adapt to the changes underway. That work goes on in states, whether or not there are federal partners that really are willing partners. Now, fortunately, there are, and we do have resources through IRA, including, in addition to what I was sharing earlier, a climate pollution reduction grant program that is nearly $5 billion that our Office of Air and Radiation is doing brilliantly. I think the first phase has been to get many states and territories and tribes and also metropolitan areas to do planning. I mean, the leading states have done climate planning for decades now, right, Mary? But this helped bring up everyone because 45 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, 80 MSAs, metropolitan statistical areas, hundreds of tribes took part in that opportunity to get $250 million for just the planning phase, and we will soon be announcing the people who are going to get much more than that, close to, I want to get this right, this is why I have my notes, $4.6 billion in competitive implementation grants. So this is to actually implement these mechanisms. So obviously the states that were already leading and looking at the key sectors like transportation, which is a really difficult one, power sector, other sectors that industry in their states, they can tailor the plans for the reductions that make sense to them through stakeholder engagement and all of that great stuff. The states that have been leaders for a long time, will just start from a much more advanced posture than maybe some of the states that are new to this, but we're really excited. 96% of the population is covered by a plan, and we'll soon be announcing these grants. There's a lot of appetite for it. There's been $30 billion in requests for a $4.6 billion program, but it shows the appetite that there is for the states to continue to lead.
Mary?
Well, the fact that states can and increasingly do want to play an active role on climate is very heartening and has shown a lot of promise. California, of course, is proud of its leadership in this area, but we're seeing other states, Colorado being one example, but Minnesota, New Mexico, Illinois, in the Northeast states always, banding together on these issues. And so I think even if the federal government just stays in a sort of a neutral mode or implements what's already on the books, we would still see progress being made. Historically, when you had that many states moving ahead, industry might object to the patchwork quilt of regulations, but generally, at least in my experience, has been willing to collaborate, sometimes in some very creative ways. And again, not just in California, but the extreme partisanship that was alluded to earlier is now affecting this area as well. So instead of states with Republican governors and attorneys generals just not playing in this arena, they are actively intervening in the courts, trying to stop California regulations, trying to prevent states from acting. And so far, they've not been successful in blocking that kind of move, but it reflects, I think, the fact that as you suggested earlier, seeing that there is movement happening, there's also a counter movement rising, and it is definitely doing its best to try to keep states from
even
moving.
filing an original action, right, in the U.S. Supreme Court by some states trying to stop application of state law in another state. And that's just been a transformation we've seen in litigation. If you go back 30 years ago, states filed whether they were downwind or upwind, downstream or upstream. They filed based on geography, whether they're receiving or giving pollution. And now it's all political. Exactly. The filings have nothing to do with actually the geography of this.
Or even what your resource base is, whether you've got sun versus wind or coal, whatever. No.
Roger, and any thoughts?
Professor, maybe for the private sector, you mentioned the optimism and the skepticism. I'm obviously the optimist here, and that doesn't take away from the skepticism. You should have healthy skepticism. I encourage you to do that. I want to talk about your skepticism. I do think we're in a different era of action. I know I've said some provocative things probably already. You've been very polite about it, but I look at Jennifer Granholm, and Jennifer Granholm herself has said after the Inflation Reduction Act, the energy transition is private sector led, public sector enabled. I think that's the best way to articulate kind of this transformative era we're in. I can be a little academic too. I teach a class at Howard Law School where we talk about this, and I talk about how in my view of the world, we had three eras of environmental law. We had the original era that Mary talked about with conventional environmental laws doing good conventional environmental progress. Post-Massachusetts versus EPA, we had an era where we tried to use those same tools to address climate change, and EPA made some progress, but not at the pace or the urgency none of us would say at the pace of the urgency that's warranted. And I think because of the Inflation Reduction Act, we're in this third era of global sustainability, where, as Jennifer Granholm would say, private sector leads, public sector enables. And in terms of the skepticism, which is fair, and I welcome it, there's just 5 things I'd maybe say real briefly. I think one is, in terms of the catalyst and who's driving this, we've got a broader base of catalysts from historically NGOs and governments to now employees, investors, customers, who are requiring companies to follow through on these commitments and making decisions on where they're going to work and where they're going to invest. We have a new approach. We've gone from regulatory command and control to kind of what I call instantaneous accountability. All it takes is an email to me from an investor, from an employee. They're going to get a response. They're going to get some action. We don't have to go through all the litigation and the enforcement, which slows things down. Not that that's not warranted. That's still complementary. We have how we track progress. Environmental laws tend to be a little bit hypothetical, a little bit, predicting scenarios. With this global sustainability area, companies are looking forward to what's our goals for 2025, 2030, how do we hold ourselves accountable for this, and how do we do that? And then finally, we have what is the end game here, what is the goal? And whether we call it climate change or energy security, with big multinational companies are focused on what I'd call global equity, the notion that everybody has the right to prosper, to live a prosperous life. How do we use our abilities as a company, our purpose? I work for an energy company that helps provide 25% of the world's energy to lift up the quality of life for people all around the world. So we don't have to get into some of these political debates about is it climate, is it energy, what's the Supreme Court going to do? We can kind of rise above that. People want to regulate us, we'll comply with those regulations. But so that's why I'm an optimist, but I think we also have to be respectful and mindful of the skepticisms which are warranted, and make sure we're being transparent in how we're addressing them.
Abby, you indicated you wanted to.
Well, this is a hard pivot, but but I just wanted to make the case for how states are reconceiving of what climate law can be. I think about the new Columbia River Basin framework that is a holistic approach to climate and biodiversity and tribal sovereignty. I think about New Jersey and New York's landmark environmental justice laws that are going to allow us and are allowing us to deal with permitting challenges and infrastructure challenges in a way that honors both climate and community. And there is a way in which we're having failures of imagination and a wrong sense of doneness. Mm-hmm. And what the states are doing is, I think, really lighting the future. And so for all the lawyers in the room, paying attention to the really problematic migration of bad things that are happening nationally, access to justice issues, the kinds of, there's so many, I won't go into them, but those ideas are migrating into the precious laboratories of the states. And as we look at the states as a hedge against potential election results, I think we have to be very much aware that they're not immune from the same dangers that we're seeing nationally.
So Don, I want to pivot to one.
Greg was going to.
Oh, Greg, did you have it? I missed it, I'm sorry.
I'm probably fine.
Okay. Can I ask one state question before you pivot back to Don? And that is, do you guys see some potential role for states that can help overcome some of this hyperpartisanship? I think in some of the so-called red states, there's a little subterranean climate policy going on without calling it climate policy. It's economic development, it might be energy policy, but there's an awful lot of wind in Texas. There's an awful lot of good things happening that people who care about climate change might be very supportive of, but you have to use a different vernacular and a different strategy. Do you see some of this happening in a new way?
Well, you're seeing the cost advantage of clean energy play out in very conservative PUCs in West Virginia, Indiana. You're seeing these states which can be manufacturing centers shifting their interest as they can partake in the IRA's largesse. You are also seeing, I think, counties and cities playing an enormous role. So in Texas, you may have trouble with what Governor Abbott's doing, but you can find enormous traction with county commissioners. And the same is true in little parish councils in Louisiana, that local ability to counterweight state policy.
So Don, here's the question I wanted to ask, and really back to the courts and litigation. When we shift from federal to state, does that change how you think about the Supreme Court? In other words, there appears to be a fair amount of hostility to sort of big federal government on separation of powers. At least historically, you're not talking about the current court, historically, you had very conservative justices who believed in states. Justice O'Connor, Justice Kennedy, Chief Justice Rehnquist. And you'd often find that they would uphold the authority of states in this area. As we turn to the states, they're obviously going to be faced with federal preemption issues for everything. They're going to be faced dormant commerce clause to the extent that climate tends to cause effects across borders, economic as well. Do you think the court might be more forgiving in that area or not?
I'm a little more hopeful there because I do think that state sovereignty does still matter to some of the justices. I think the liberal justices will be quite happy to embrace it in these circumstances, and I think there's enough of a contingent in the center of the court that's going to respect the values of the states. And I do think it's sort of an overlay too with what we're talking about in the private sector, in that it isn't just, there's been so much investment now, and there's so much of the private sector that is invested in this more progressive approach, that when that works itself out through state policy, I think it's going to be not just states as regulators, but states implementing something that significant economic actors within the states care about and want. And I think you put the force of those two things together, and that just looks different than the big bad federal government coming in and using its regulatory power to tell everybody what to do. So I do think that there's some reason to be somewhat more optimistic there.
Jody, why don't you close us off?
Well, I'll just say that this panel turned out way more optimistic than it could have been. With the one piece that maybe is worrying us the most, which is the United States Supreme Court. But other than that, everybody's proud to. Thank you all. What a wonderful collection of fascinating, interesting people with the most significant careers and resumes and accomplishments to come to Harvard for Climate Week and share this conversation with us. We're just grateful. We have a huge online audience watching this, so thank you so much for participating. Richard, as always, you are the best co-moderator one could ever have.
We do enjoy each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please check your app for information about our next session and evening events. We'll see you back on the main stage tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.